How's it going, guys? Leon here. If you don't know who I am, I'm considered the best Bowser in the world. And I figured now is a perfect time to make my final, or probably one of my final Bowser matchup charts. Considering that the game is pretty much finished with the release of Sora, I don't know, maybe there'll be a surprise patch or some crazy thing happens and there's a surprise new character. But the game is finished, or at least extremely close to it. So with that being said, I think it's time for me to make a matchup chart based on the last 3 years this game has been out. So a couple things I want to mention before I get into this. Number one, I am by no means the be-all end-all for Bowser matchups. I'm definitely going to be wrong about some things, and some of you are going to disagree with some of the things I say, which is totally acceptable. But I think having traveled the world and the US, playing in the biggest tournaments, playing the top reps from everywhere of many of these characters, I think I have a pretty good idea of which matchups are good and bad. Having played the best of the best, and then also the more casual players who don't really care, I have a pretty good range of experience in different skill levels for a lot of these characters. So I think with my knowledge, I can make a pretty decent matchup chart. So that's one thing. Another thing is, I don't think matchups in this game are super cut and dry. For instance, I think that there are such things as 0.5 matchups. But for simplicity's sake, I'm not going to go into that. I don't want to have 20 different tiers, and some of them have 4 or 5 characters. I think it'll be more elegant to just have it hard lose, lose, even, etc. But I do think that there are such things as very slightly winning or very slightly losing, just because there's so many characters. And then finally, I will not be ordering the tiers. There's going to be no order within tiers. The idea of doing that just seems really monotonous. Is this matchup really slightly better than this matchup? I don't know. It just, yeah, again, for simplicity's sake, I think it's better to just separate it by these, and that's that. So I'm gonna go by order of the roster. So as you can see in this shitty low quality image of the full roster, which for some reason is the only one I can find, we're gonna start with Mario. So let's get into it. So the man himself, Mario. A lot of people think this matchup is close to unwinnable, so a -2. I actually disagree. I think that this is a solid -1 matchup. Pretty close to being up here, though. So here's my reasoning for this matchup. So the good things that we have going for us as Bowser players, we outrange Mario pretty hard. Traditionally, one of Mario's biggest struggles is getting in because his short range and lack of disjoints. So we have a lot of range compared to him. So our forward air, our tilts, even our flame is pretty good against Mario in the matchup because it's hard for him to like actually get in around these moves. We also have a lot of speed. So again, I'm pretty sure we're faster than Mario, so that helps a lot of times with getting in. And also armor. You'd be surprised what you can armor through as Bowser. I played Dark Wizzy at Port Priority, and I pretty much up smash armored through Mario Nair. So abusing Bowser's strengths in this matchup is key to beating Mario. And his biggest strength in the matchup, I think, is his ledge trapping. Against Bowser, Mario does not have the easiest time getting back to stage and getting off the ledge. F-tilt 2 frames, flame breath, ledge trapping is so good against Mario. So yeah, we have some pretty pronounced strengths in the matchup, which I think are basically our strengths as a character as a whole. But we also have very pronounced weaknesses, which sometimes negate the strengths because of how bad things actually get for us in this matchup. Mario's combo game is insane. One of the best combo game characters in Smash. So when you pair that with the biggest character in the game, you're gonna have a bad time. Mario's gonna get up air fair on you pretty easily. The combos out of down throw or up throw are so free. So Mario gets a lot from his combo game in this matchup. And the other part of the matchup that really hurts is being off stage against Mario, because if you're off stage against him, he has so much at his disposal. He has Cape, he has his Flood, and he has his 2-frame dash attack. So being off stage against these can pretty much mean instant death. Sometimes you're off stage trying to recover and Mario just capes you, and like, what do? You die. So it can be rough. But I don't think it's as bad as the matchup you'll see up here, simply because of the range, the speed, and the armor that we have, and also ledge trapping. I think our strengths in the matchup are pronounced. It's just our weaknesses hurt way too much for it to be even or winning. Okay, so next up we have Donkey Kong. This is always a really fun matchup. I'm gonna put it here. I think Bowser solidly beats Donkey Kong. So basically what makes this matchup winning, I think, overall, and you'll see this against a lot of characters, in my opinion, I think Bowser just better characters DK. I think Bowser is just, they do a lot of the same things, but Bowser's just better at them. Bowser is just super heavy, but he lives longer. He's faster. He kills way easier. And his edge guarding and ledge trapping against DK is so crazy. Sometimes DK just can't get back because you stick out an F tilt or a down tilt or a flame breath at the ledge. And what can DK actually do sometimes? I guess if you're close enough, DK does have some options. Maybe you can hug the wall. I don't know how well that actually works. Or if you anticipate Bowser Flame, you can probably up B through it or something like that. But for the most part, Bowser's ledge trapping destroys DK. It's really hard for DK to get back to stage and off ledge against Bowser. And just in neutral, DK's moves are so punishable. Sometimes, if DK whiffs a dash attack or an aerial or something, you can just up B for free or just instantly grab him. So DK has a lot less room for error than Bowser does. And then again, Bowser just hits harder and lives longer. They're both super heavies, but Bowser is just better at playing the heavy game. Now, what DK does have in this matchup, the reason why it's not down here, DK does have some strengths. You don't want to underestimate DK. He has a lot of dumb armor on his moves, so he can sometimes just get through your stuff with Giant Punch or a side B. And also, he has two situations in particular that I think make the matchup more bearable for him. One of them is Ding Dong. If you get cargo throw grabbed, up thrown on a platform, you can just die as Bowser, and the window for it is actually surprisingly good for DK. Because again, Bowser, the heaviest character in the game, so a lot of things are just going to work on him way easier than other characters. So the Ding Dong window is crazy, and it consistently works against Bowser, so that is really good. And also, if you cargo throw Bowser off stage, sometimes having to recover as Bowser against DK back airing you is really, really hard. It comes down to DK dropping the edge guard sometimes. Sometimes you're in a position where you hope that DK messes up because you're very far off stage because the cargo throw put you all the way out there. And now you're forced to time your up B. Meanwhile, DK's here ready with back air or ready with down air. So recovering in that situation is actually pretty hard. So basically, DK has some good armor, some good setups that make him competitive in the matchup. But I just don't think it's enough to make it even or winning for DK because, again, Bowser's just good at doing the same things. He sets up the same situations with the edge guards, and he hits harder and lives longer. So at the end of the day, Bowser, he's just better character as DK. But it's not undoable for DK. It's definitely one of DK's less bad losing matchups. So this next matchup is a cause for much debate. And to be honest, I honestly don't even know sometimes myself where to put this. But all things considered, from the Link experience I have online and offline, it feels like a pretty even matchup. It's kind of hard to say, really, And I think both characters have some pretty good strengths against each other. For Bowser, same thing as so many matchups in the game. Link's recovery is pretty exploitable for the most part. If he has to up B, you can just stick out again, flame, F tilt, down tilt, and it's pretty easy to catch him. It's not free like some other characters are, but it's one of the easier ones to hit. But it's definitely not free by any means. Even if he has to recover with his bomb, you can still kind of anticipate that and swat him out of the air, or at least set up to punish him when he's out of hit stun. So definitely some good strengths. Also, Flame Breath is universally pretty good against zoners. Reason being, it eats through most projectiles. The only projectiles Flame Breath doesn't eat through are the transcendent ones. So like K. Rool's projectiles or Samus Charge Shot. Flame Breath can't do anything about those. But in the case of all of the Links, Flame Breath actually negates all of their projectiles. So if he throws Boomerang, Bomb, or Arrow at me, Flame Breath just beats it. So that's pretty good in neutral. So overall, yeah, some pretty good strengths. Now, the matchup gets kind of hard sometimes. One of the interesting things about this matchup is Bowser down air actually kind of sucks against Link. Because if you try to down air at a disadvantage, which is usually acceptable in most matchups, Link's huge disjointed sword actually just cuts right through it. So you can't down air on Link for free. So if the Link player anticipates the down air, it just doesn't work. So down air is almost not a move in this matchup, which is kind of crazy because not many characters really have that, where they can stick out a lingering disjoint that just stuffs out down air. So it's really interesting. So there's that. And also, Link has some cool confirms, and his projectile zoning is pretty annoying sometimes. So I think for the most part, both characters hit really hard. They both have specific counterplay to each other. I think it's a really even matchup. In the future, like I said, I think this is going to be one of my last matchup charts, but maybe with more optimization, I could see it swinging either way. Although if I had to give the edge to somebody, I would say Bowser, just because of how hard the ledge is for Link. Flame Breath being able to negate everything, and we both have confirms, but mine are just killing him way earlier. So yeah, but all things considered, I think it's very even matchup. This next character has an Echo Fighter. So as far as Echo Fighters go, I'm not going to rank them separately because I'm pretty sure the matchups are identical in both cases, except an extreme one like Chrom and Roy, which I don't even think you can really consider them Echo Fighters in my opinion. But yeah, for the most part, Echo Fighters are the same matchup. So getting into that, we have Samus, which I honestly think is a solid -1. A lot of Bowser players will disagree with me and say we win or it's even or whatever. I don't think so. I think the problem with fighting Samus, first off, I think she has everything she needs to win the matchup. So in the Link part, I talked about projectiles being invalidated by Flame Breath unless they're transcendent. Samus has 2 transcendent projectiles, which is her Charge Shot, which I think even half Charge Shot is transcendent, and the second variation of her missile. So the variation of her missile where you kind of lightly tap the stick and it goes slowly, that one is not transcendent, so Flame beats it. However, the other missile with the hard tap is transcendent, so Flame doesn't do anything against it. And on top of that, she has her Zair, her tether in the air. So she has really good tools for zoning out Bowser and kind of just invalidating his Flame from invalidating her projectiles. So it's really hard to get in on her. Basically, since she plays a Charge Shot neutral, you're forced to always hold forward. So you either have to jump in at her, or you have to run at her and try to get a grab or up B or something. The problem with both of these things are if you are in the air against Samus, because of her multi-hit aerials being up air and fair, you are in a bad spot. Samus's multi-hit aerials are so good at stuffing out Bowser's approaches. that it sometimes feels like it's not worth it to jump against her. You have to sometimes, but she's just so good at stuffing you out. And if you try to run at her, she can easily just mix you up with grab, or if you whiff, just up B out of shield instantly. It is really hard to actually get in on this character. Usually, you have to ban your best stages against her, so Battlefield is a no-no. Yoshi's, you don't want to go there, because Samus gets more off triplats than Bowser does, in my opinion. I feel like her platform extensions against Bowser are so good that it's just not worth it even going to a triplat stage. I'll take her to Smashville or even FD just because of the extensions that she gets against us on triplats. I've died on Yoshi's at the top at like ridiculous percents because she's up there and I try to hit her and she up B's out of shield and I'm just dead. Oh, okay. Like, it's crazy. Another interaction that sucks in this matchup is trying to get off the ledge. Samus down air is already like pretty easy against Bowser, but then when you try to get off the ledge and Spamus... I said Spamus? I mean, am I wrong though? If Samus is spamming down B, how are you supposed to deal with that? You can roll, but Bowser has the worst roll in the game, so it's super telegraphed. You can't really jump through it or standard get up. It's a really tough situation to get around. What we do have in this matchup, though, is in the inverse, it is also hard for Samus to get off the ledge. Most characters struggle getting off the ledge against Bowser, so that's one of the strengths we do have here. Our out of shield game is pretty good against her if she gets a little greedy with fair or something, or if she whiffs a grab, we can punish her really hard. And a win condition I did not talk about, but it works against every other character here, except Link with Bomb, or Mario on a walled stage, is Bowser side, which works pretty reliably on Samus. As long as the stage doesn't have a wall, of course, which is probably a point I'll talk about going forward. Bowser side kind of just wins you games sometimes if you get a lead. And against Samus, if you're against Samus on FD or Battlefield, you can just Bowser side her when you get a lead and she can't make it back. So we have some counterplay to this character, but I think overall the multi-hits, the combos, and the transcendent projectiles make this a really tough matchup for Bowser. I think it's a solid losing matchup. Okay, so this next matchup is another point of debate among Bowser players, and to be quite honest, I can see it swinging either way. But in my experience, I think this matchup is dead even, or super close to it. So, Yoshi Bowser is a really annoying matchup on both sides. As Bowser, one of the things that is really frustrating for Bowser is a good command grab because, at least for me, I'm a really defensive player sometimes. So I like to shield at ledge, I like to shield to neutral and kind of react. Yoshi doesn't really let you do that because his command grab. So you're just always on your toes looking out for that. Also, his combo game on Bowser, I mean, it's Bowser. Everybody's combo game on Bowser is crazy. Yoshi gets kill confirms with like, what is it, like F tilt or up tilt up air. He can juggle Bowser for 1,000,000% off of a tilt. It's pretty rough. And then Egg is a really frustrating zoning tool sometimes. So there's that. Also, Yoshi's double jump armor makes it so that he can just kind of jump out of your up throw combos or some other stuff. I've seen Yoshi's double jump out of my flame or just negate my fair with their double jump armor. So it's like really tricky to actually like punish this character sometimes. The pros we do have in this matchup is we kill him pretty early. We also have a command grab of our own, so Yoshi's pretty much always on their toes trying to avoid getting grabbed. And if you can manage to get through double jump armor, you can actually edgeguard ledge trap Yoshi pretty efficiently. Overall though, I do feel like our strengths in this matchup do kind of get outclassed. So if I absolutely had to give the edge to anybody, I would say slight Yoshi, but in my experience, I'm pretty sure I have a winning record against Yoshi right now. It hasn't really felt as bad as some of the characters above him. Like, his tools aren't as oppressive as Samus, Mario. I can recover against him pretty consistently unless I get, like, egg gimped. Getting off the ledge is not really a big deal. The problem really is just the combo game and the command grab. But outside of that, all things considered, it feels very close to even. But I could see it swinging slightly Yoshi favor. But I think this is a good place for now. Okay, next matchup, personal demon of mine. Kirby. Okay, so this is the worst no, I'm kidding. I actually think we beat Kirby. I think we beat Kirby pretty solidly. So what do we have against Kirby? It's kind of the same, just our overall strengths as a character. We outrange him. We are faster than him. We kill him super duper early. And getting off the ledge or getting back to stage is really tricky for Kirby because he's not that fast in the air. And his recovery is mostly telegraphed even though he has all those jumps. So hitting him with a 2-frame or using Flame to bully him at the ledge is not really that hard. So overall, just because of how crazy our ledge trapping can be against him, how hard it is for him to actually get in, and how early he dies, I think we definitely do have the edge in the matchup. However, the thing about this matchup is, if you are playing a Kirby who is proficient with their combos, you cannot get grabbed. Because if you get grabbed, you're going for a ride. You're going to eat forward air, down air, whatever they're doing. Regrabs. They're going to take you off stage, down air you off stage. It is really scary to get grabbed by Kirby. It is really scary to be off stage against Kirby. So even though Kirby loses in pretty much every other facet of the matchup, Kirby's deadly combo game and deadly offstage game in this matchup keeps it from being here. Because he has, just like DK, even though he loses in a lot of areas, he does have specific strengths that make him competitive in the matchup. Also, he has a command grab, which, like I said before, is pretty, at least for me personally, command grabs are a little tilting because I like to shield, I like to grab you. So when people are doing it back to me, it kind of changes up my game plan. But I think overall command grabs are good against Bowser. Because his out-of-shield game is so good that a lot of Bowsers are shielding, waiting for you to do something. So you just command grab him. So, yeah, Kirby, we win, but don't underestimate him because if you get caught up in the wrong situation, you will end up on a Hungry Box video, just like I did.
The triple nipple! Yo, this matchup is This matchup is like... Oh my god! Oh, no way! What? No way! No fucking way! No way! No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
The next one of my personal favorite as far as relevant good characters, is Fox. People will argue with me till the end of time about this placement, but I don't care. I'm pretty confident that Bowser beats Fox, and I think it's a solid +1. So, let me just go over the strengths that Bowser players have in this matchup. First off, the most obvious one, Fox's recovery is really, really exploitable. And that's not just a Bowser thing. If you have a down air, if you have a 2-frame option, you can easily stuff out his recovery and make it really hard for Fox to get back to the stage. Just because his up B is super telegraphed. Up B and side B are both super telegraphed. Up B is really slow. It takes forever to actually activate, so you have all the time in the world to actually hit it. So, yeah, I think Bowser is one of the best characters at actually doing that because Flame and F-Tilt are so free against Fox. It takes so long for Fox's recovery to actually get up there, and you have all the time in the world to set yourself up to 2-frame him. And if he has a side B and he side B's into your shield, that's free out of shield punish. And a lot of times, because Fox is so light, these situations lead to him just dying. He just explodes. So, very obviously, the recovery is one of the biggest issues for Fox in the matchup. And then there's the other huge issue, the glaring problem Fox has in this matchup, is Rapid Jab is one of Fox's best tools for racking up damage or ending off combos or whatever. He can't use it at all. He can't jab in the matchup. Other characters also can't rapid jab Bowser, but they have a gentleman jab, which is the 1-2-3 jab to offset that. So Falcon and Inkling, for example, they can't rapid jab Bowser, but they have a gentleman, so their jab still works. Fox doesn't have a gentleman jab, so he basically loses one of his best tools, which is jab, which is really rough in the matchup. He can't even use like jab 1 to like mix up or anything. Maybe a super big brain Fox could catch a Bowser off guard and he can get some kind of jab 1 mix up, but for the most part, jab is useless against Bowser. And then also at low percent, everything is pretty negative on hit against Bowser. You can land a tilt and Bowser can just like punish you immediately after it. So the up tilt strings do kind of work at certain percents, but you can also just kind of get grabbed out of them as Fox. I've had Foxes land nairs on me and I immediately up B or side B them out of their nair. That's how negative it is. So low percents are tricky against Bowser. And then at high percent, the only way you're really gonna kill him is with a smash attack. So you are tasked with not staling your smash attacks so that you can actually get a down air or nair confirm on Bowser to kill him. And sometimes it's just not gonna kill because it's Bowser and he lives so long. So yeah, Fox's win condition is to rack up a lot of damage, which is hard because he can't jab, and then hit Bowser with a not stale smash attack. So it's really hard. Obviously there's other ways to kill Bowser, but they're just not as consistent. You can, I played light and he shine gimped me. You can get a stray back air here and there, but for the most part you need your smash attacks to kill, and a lot of times they're just not really working. The pros Fox has, which is why the matchup's not here, is because Fox's juggle game is insane on Bowser. At low percents, if Fox gets started, he can take you to like 70-80% for free with just up airs and stuff like that. So the juggle game is really deadly. But really that's it. I mean, it's also Fox's speed. He can kind of overwhelm Bowser sometimes. But he's not, like, he doesn't really do anything to Bowser's recovery. He has a hard time killing Bowser, and he just dies at 80 on a platform to side B. So overall, yeah, I don't think this is a good matchup for Fox. I think this is one of Bowser's better relevant matchups against the high tiers. And yeah, I mean, I've thought this since the beginning of the game, that Bowser beats Fox, and I actually, knock on wood, I have not lost this matchup yet. I have not lost Bowser Fox. I've played Light, I've played ZD, I've played the local Foxes. I still have not lost this matchup. And I'm sure I will. I'm sure Light will catch me one day, or ZD, or a talented Fox. But, I mean, the records show that the matchup is not bad compared to the other characters up here that have beaten me. So yeah, I think this is a very good matchup for us. Okay, here's another fun one. Starting off our -2 section, who else but Pikachu? This, I think, goes hand in hand with another character for being Bowser's absolute worst matchup. And it's pretty obvious why. I mean, lightning loops on Bowser are really free and really deadly. You get grabbed at 0 and a proficient Pikachu can take you to 70, 80, maybe more, just off of lightning loop. So you get grabbed once and you're going for a ride. There's not really anything you can do. The two things you could do are try to maneuver out of it to a platform maybe, or to the ledge. And the other thing you could do is pray. Pray that the Pikachu drops the combo. This matchup is not good. There are almost no good things going in this matchup. Pikachu combos Bowser for free. He edge guards him really well. Down air, back air trains are really good against Bowser. You back air train him and then you can pretty much do anything you want. Down air, forward air. Yeah, it is not a good time. Pikachu just, his combos and confirms are so deadly. And then it's just so hard to catch him. He's just zipping all over the place with up B, and he's so small and pancaking everything. It is really hard to get your hands on Pikachu. Sometimes you might think you have him because he lands on your shield with a back air or something, and you try to up B him, but oh, it was safe. You couldn't do anything about that. So, yeah, terrible matchup. There's no way that this is a good matchup. The very small things we have going for us, we can kind of bully his recovery a little bit with our two-framing tools, which is universal, but they're not as good against Pikachu because he's so small, so fast, and he has a lot of mix. He can choose to up B, he can choose to side B, he can stall out with down B. This character has got so much stuff against Bowser, and it just doesn't even feel fair. It's not fair. Why is he able to do the things he could do? Why is he able to grab me and he has a pseudo-infinite that takes me from 0 to 1,000,000,000%? Why? It's not fair. But yeah, you can't recover against him. Really hard to ledge trap and edge guard him because he has so much mix. His confirms are crazy. We can kind of deal with T-Jolt because of flame and also armor goes through it. So if you time a tilt at the right time, you can go through T-Jolt. Not tough guy, you can't tough guy through it, but you can time your armor correctly and go through T-Jolt. And Flame also beats T-Jolt, but I mean, it's like, if you sit there using Flame to try to beat T-Jolt, Pikachu can probably just punish you for it. It's not worth it. It's just so hard. It's a very tricky matchup, really confusing. But yeah, I mean, he just covers all of our weaknesses, and our strengths are just invalidated by how good he is at being evasive and punishing us off stage, and yeah, it's just a bad matchup. Okay, so the next character is somebody nobody ever wants to play against, Luigi. So I've heard a lot of different things about this matchup. Some people have said -2, some people have said even, which I think is insane. I think Luigi is a solid -1. Not like a 0.5 type matchup. I think he just beats us. It's closer to being up here, honestly. Like, if I were ordering this, which I'm not, Luigi would be close to here. But I don't think it's quite that horrible. Basically, as you guys know, Luigi's whole gimmick is you get grabbed, you die. And when you're Bowser, the biggest character in the game, Luigi's going to combo you for free. The 0 to death is just going to happen. And you can try to SDI, and you can hope that they mess up, but an efficient Luigi is going to get it more often than not. So yeah, that's pretty much the big thing about the matchup, is Luigi's going to grab you, and you basically have to hope that you can get out somehow and you don't get 0 to death, which most of the time against a good Luigi, you're going to get 0 to death. But the thing about the matchup, which the reason I don't think it's up here is outside of that, and I think this applies to Luigi as a character, Luigi doesn't really have anything going for him. His aerials are lacking, he doesn't have any disjoints, his projectile is actually not that good. So Bowser actually tough guys Luigi Fireball, so Luigi Fireball is useless against Bowser at low percent. And also, if you're offstage as Luigi recovering against Bowser, it could actually get really scary because Luigi's recovery is not really that good. It's close to being a sitting duck recovery. So Bowser a lot of times can run off fair or do his usual two-frame nonsense and kind of just handle Luigi off stage. So yeah, there are like kind of breakpoints for Bowser in the matchup, I guess. The way that I've played it, and I've had success against some Luigis, is I kind of just don't stay grounded. Because if you're in the air against Luigi, what is he really doing to threaten you? I can't really think of anything. His aerials are not intimidating at all. So the way I've kind of air camped Luigi's as Bowser, and it's worked out sometimes. you basically have to play very evasively, and you can't get too impatient, because if you get grabbed, you just kind of die. So, yeah. So I think the basic summary of this matchup is Bowser loses to Luigi grab, but the rest of Luigi's kit is very, very manageable. If Luigi didn't have the 0 to death, this matchup would actually be winning for Bowser, because his offstage pressure is not really that good. His aerials are not really that good. His projectile doesn't work against Bowser until like super high percents. So yeah, we have stuff going for us in the matchup. It's just the grab, man. Like, it's really just grab. Outside of that, the matchup is pretty doable, but it's still a losing matchup just because how easy it is for Luigi to grab Bowser and like get those conversions. Basically, you just have to air camp him and don't mess up at all. That's your win condition against Luigi. So this next matchup is one that I have definitely done some soul searching about, and I think that playing so much Wi-Fi also kind of has influenced my opinion about this matchup in the past. Before the Wi-Fi era, I've traditionally thought that Ness Bowser is even. And I honestly think even now, it is very close to being even. I think that Bowser's strengths in this matchup are, again, his universal strengths. He outranges Ness, he's faster than Ness, he lives longer, and he's really good at bullying Ness recovery. Like, really, really good. If Ness has to recover against Bowser, he can get messed up with Flame, or even run off fair. Sometimes you can run off, tank the PK Thunder hit, and because you're Bowser, you live so long, it works a lot longer. And Ness's recovery gets stuffed out. So I think Bowser's strengths are pretty defined in this matchup. It's just also, again, his weaknesses are as well. And the biggest weakness being yo-yo at ledge. It's literally that. There is counterplay to it, though, which is why I hesitate to even say that it's, like, that awful. I mean, it is sometimes, but basically if you use the top part of Bowser's shell that has the armor on it and you perfectly time it, you can just recover around Yo-Yo fairly consistently. I'm not a master of it yet, but I've seen other Bowsers do it a few times, and I have done it myself. It's just tricky to always do it. And also, PK Fire is good against Bowser, except at low percent, it's kind of like a rapid jab, so Tough Guy just eats it up. So PK Fire is actually useless from like 0 to like 30-ish. Like, you can't actually use it on Bowser, which is pretty big, honestly. Like, that's huge in the matchup. Like, there's some other matchups like Palu where Tough Guy is like close to useless, but it has a small niche interaction. But PK Fire not working for like the earlier part of your stock, that's pretty relevant because it means the move just doesn't work until Ness racks up damage on you. So Bowser definitely has some strengths with his Tough Guy, his durability, his kill power, his ledge trapping, all very good against Ness. But Ness's ledge trapping himself with Yo-Yo is very good. Ness's confirms, once PK Fire does start working and you get PK Fired into down B into some crazy Ness combo, yeah, it gets hard. It starts to get hard. So I think Ness and Bowser are two characters that can really just mess each other up, honestly. Like, it's a slugfest. They just both have very pronounced strengths in the matchup and very pronounced weaknesses against each other. Ness's being his recovery and Bowser's also being his recovery and his big weight. So yeah, I think it's very close to even. I wouldn't even know who to give the edge to. Like, in the past, I've said, oh, slight Bowser, then I went to slight Ness, but I think even is a pretty safe bet for it. Okay, Captain Falcon. So this is another matchup that I think has evolved a lot. People have quoted me as saying that I think it's even. I don't think I ever said that. I've said it's close to even. I think it's here. This is one of those matchups I think is probably a 0.5. If there were a minus 0.5 tier, I'd put Falcon there. Like, so Falcon would be like here, you know what I'm saying? Like in between these two tiers. Like he's in the 0.5 section. But for simplicity's sake, -1. So the reason that Falcon beats Bowser is pretty obvious. His combos are really good. He can string you into so many shenanigans. Down throw into nair, into whatever, up air, knee. His combo game is crazy. And also down air as a move single-handedly wrecks Bowser. Whether it's down air off stage to catch your recovery, which is pretty easy for Falcon, or down air into knee on stage at high percent, down air single-handedly just wrecks Bowser. And then on top of that, another command grab character, so you can't shield for free against Falcon because then you get up beat. So it makes it tricky to play neutral sometimes. It makes it tricky to ledge trap him sometimes. But for the most part, we do have some stuff going in the matchup, which is what makes it close to even, like very close to even. For instance, one of my favorite interactions, Falcon players hate it, is when you're Falcon trying to recover and Bowser just sticks out Flame Breath. It's free damage, nothing Falcon can really do about it. So I love that because it's just free damage and it helps set up for kills because you can get how much? Like, I don't even know, 20-30% off of just angling down Flame against Falcon trying to recover. Very good. So that's one interaction that makes it really hard for Falcon. Another thing that makes it tricky is the ledge trapping. If you position yourself around roll distance and you try to anticipate Falcon's actions from the ledge, it could be really tricky for him to actually get off the ledge consistently because he's a bigger character. Bowser's ledge trapping is amazing, and he doesn't really have any fast movement options really to help him get off. So yeah, I think the ledge could be hard for him. Learning to DI out of Falcon's combos can kind of mess up his strings sometimes, which is really good. And yeah, I mean, you also have your confirms. You could also hit nair combos on him, just like he can hit down air combos on you. And yeah, it's not all that horrible. It's close, very, very close to being even. But honestly, just because Bowser is so huge and he just gets comboed for free into everything, I have to give the edge to Falcon because the combos can be so deadly, the edge guarding can be so free. So yeah, Falcon definitely wins, but it's not like a stomp. It's not nowhere close to -2. And again, if there were a 0.5 tier, I would put Falcon in there for free because it's actually a very competitive matchup. I feel like their two strengths and weaknesses against each other are very obvious when you see them play. And they exploit each other so well, I feel. So yeah, I think it's close to being even, but not quite. Okay, so rounding out the first row of characters and finishing up with the OG 64 characters is Jigglypuff. I actually think this matchup is a true even. I think that this matchup is one of Bowser's most even matchups. And it's surprising because early meta, I used to think Bowser won, and I think the Puff mains thought Puff won. And I'm sure a lot of people on both sides of the fence still feel the same. A lot of Bowser players think they win, Puff players think they win. But I think this matchup is a true even, which is surprising because it's the heaviest character, Bowser, against one of the lightest, Puff. And the tier viability between the two is pretty big. Bowser's close to being a high tier. And I'm sorry, Puff mains, but Puff is close to being a low tier. Maybe lower end of mid or just true mid. But yeah, I think Bowser is a better character in a lot of ways. But the matchup-specific interactions, the things that happen in this matchup make it so competitive, so explosive for both sides that I can't give either of them the edge. So here's what Puff does, okay? If you are Bowser and you whiff an up B at a shield, which you probably will, I mean, I do it, everybody does it, it happens a lot, and you're above, say, 60, 70, you're dead. You are dead. Because if the Puff is efficient and they time their up B, their sing move properly, they're going to punish your up B with their up B. You're going to go to sleep and you're going to get rested for free. And that's it. You're just dead. Very few characters can punish Bowser that hard. Very few characters can just immediately destroy Bowser off of him missing one move at that kind of percent. So, yeah, it is really scary to use your up B sometimes. Puff could just kill you. So there's that, and also down air loops on Bowser are very easy. Again, biggest character, blah, blah, blah. Down air loops are pretty good against Bowser because they're just so easy to pull off. Linking down air into rest is probably easier on Bowser than any other character. And yeah, I've played base mage and I've been stuck in the loop for like 20 years, so it's tough. So those are Jigglypuff's big strengths. And also being able to like kind of safely hit my shield and float around and do so much shield pressure with side B. It's scary. Bowser's strengths, obviously he's Bowser, he has more range, more speed, yada yada yada. Kills Puff super duper early, like super early. If you get side beat on a platform at like 70 plus, you're dead. So it's kind of like the type of situation where both characters can just explode each other for making one mistake. So it's a very explosive matchup. And then also, it's a little bit easier to swat her out of the air because up tilt and forward air are pretty good against airborne opponents. So you have that going for you. So yeah, Bowser just being so explosive, Jigs being so explosive, it makes it such a volatile even. And then I think where the matchup is super duper even is when Bowser has to recover, because it's kind of like a game of rock, paper, scissors. Like, if Jigs can throw out like a Nair, or Fair, I guess, and stuff out his recovery, if he doesn't time it right. If he times it right, he can just up B through Jigs and damage her on the way up. So literally edgeguarding Bowser is a rock, paper, scissors situation where the player with the better timing will come out on top in that situation. And then also Bowser recovering as Jigglypuff, you know, same thing I say for every other character, it's hard, because Bowser's ledge trapping is so nasty and he's so good at hitting you out of the air. So yeah, definitely I believe to be a true even matchup. I think both these characters exploit each other's weaknesses very well, with Bowser punishing Puff for her extremely lightweight and Puff punishing Bowser whenever he whiffs. It just feels so even. It feels even, competitive, and honestly, it's a really fun matchup to play with how volatile it could be. So moving on to the melee characters, we have one of Bowser's worst matchups, funny enough, Princess Peach. It's funny because in the games, he's the one kidnapping and antagonizing her, but in Smash Bros, she's just kicking his ass. Bowser is a punching bag for Peach. So Peach basically, if she grabs you once, you're taking 1,000,000 damage. And it's most likely that you're going to end up near the ledge after this combo. So it'll be easy for Peach to just put you off stage. And once you're off stage against Peach, technically you shouldn't make it back. Peach's turnip edge guarding against Bowser is just so insanely broken and really hard to deal with. When you're off stage as Bowser, getting edge guarded by Peach throwing turnip at you, it's pretty much one of those situations as Bowser where you need to do the best you can by recovering properly and timing it, but you also just need to pray that the Peach player messes up. So on stage you're taking a lot of damage, and off stage you're pretty much dead every time. Float is also kind of annoying in this matchup because it makes it tricky to grab her and punish her without a shield options. It feels like she can easily weave in and out with it, or space around your out of shield moves. So yeah, it's a really tough matchup. Mostly because of the insane combo game, and then being off stage, you just die. I don't think, offline I was never able to beat Sam Sora, which he was like the best Peach, but still, even Ling Ling and other Peaches have given me so much trouble in this matchup. And for good reason, this character just dumpsters Bowser. Fun fact about this matchup though, I think it's one of the most polarizing matchups going from offline to online, because offline it's -2 for Bowser, but online it's even or winning for Bowser because Peach just doesn't work online. So I think that's pretty funny. I think, it just goes to show how different the game is on offline compared to online. When a matchup is so heavily in one character's favor offline, but when you go online, it changes the matchup pretty much entirely because it's so much harder to actually make Peach work. But yeah, that's Peach. Okay, here's another fun one. Ice Climbers. I think Ice Climbers is a pretty good matchup for Bowser. I think it's a solid win. And here's why. So, Ice Climbers are not really the best character. I actually don't know too much about this character outside of what I've played against. I don't know if people consider them low tier, mid tier, but they're definitely not high or top tier. So this character is definitely a character that tends to struggle a lot. And part of the reason for that is because you're forced to rely on a very unreliable AI, which is Nana. So a lot of times Nana is just not working or not being as useful as if you didn't have to worry about controlling Nana. And I feel like that kind of helps Bowser in this matchup. I feel like Bowser's hitboxes are so huge and destructive that it's really easy to just knock Nana away and kill her. Up B out of shield, or even Flame Breath, or Side B. All of these knock Nana away and separate them pretty well and do a lot of damage. So Bowser is really good at killing Nana, or just getting her out of the picture. It's kind of like Rosalina Luma, where his specials are really good against this character. Flame does so much damage to both of them. Up B knocks them away. Side B also, if it works in your favor as Bowser, you'll land on the other Ice Climber and knock them away. But the annoying thing is they can't hit you out of the Side B. So if you grab one of the Ice Climbers, the other one can jump up with like up air or something and hit you out of Side B. So it definitely is not free. I wouldn't put it here because Ice Climbers have counterplay. Like I mentioned, they can free each other from Side B. And the biggest thing that keeps the matchup from being here instead of here, here instead of here, sorry, is that Ice Climbers kind of have the Luigi effect, where they can grab you, and a proficient Ice Climbers can touch of death you off of a grab. So sometimes as Bowser, obviously, like I've said a million times, being the biggest target, you just get grabbed and die sometimes. So it can be tricky. You have to play anti-grab, and you have to be very careful in those situations where you Side B one of the Ice Climbers and the other one's free. And I guess that applies to like any character. If you grab the Ice Climber, you have to use your grab armor really well against them. So they definitely have counterplay. But overall, I would say just because of Ice Climbers being a pretty lackluster character and Bowser's hitboxes being so destructive and so good at dealing with Nana, I think Bowser has an edge in this matchup. This also could be one of those 0.5 kind of matchups where it's close to even, but I've never really felt like Bowser should be losing this one. Okay, Shiek. Very interesting matchup. I think that this matchup is even. It might lean slight Bowser, maybe. I could see it being 0.5, like a 0.5 kind of matchup, but as I said, we're not doing those, so I'm gonna say even. I think this matchup is very close to being a true even just because of the nature of these characters. So Shiek, her game plan against Bowser is to absolutely smother him. You want to get your combos and your confirms. You just don't want to let Bowser play the game as Shiek. So you're going to be using your forward air stuff and needles to keep him out and things like that. And it works. Bowser can't play for more than half of the game. However, when Bowser does finally get to hit you, when he does finally land those hits, he only really needs to win 3 interactions to take a stock, whereas Shiek needs to constantly keep applying the pressure, keep hitting Bowser. She needs to win way more than 3 interactions to take a stock. and net herself an edge guard or a confirm because her smash attacks are not really killing Bowser that early. Bowser only needs a few interactions. You get a grab combo, you land maybe a Nair confirm or something, and side B, and then Shiek is dead on a platform. So it's very explosive, more so on Bowser's side, because even though Shiek does all of this damage and keeps him in disadvantage for so long, Shiek just explodes because of how light she is. So it comes down to, can the Shiek player keep up the pressure and not let Bowser play the game? And for the Bowser player, it comes down to, can you find your way at a disadvantage and land the hits that you need to land? I think if either player plays their game perfect in the matchup, the better player usually just wins. Or at least the player who's better at the matchup. So that's why I think it's a true even, because it's hard to just play Shiek and consistently beat Bowser's, and I think the same could be said the other way around. I just think that, yeah, like I said, just very explosive from Bowser's side, but very oppressive from Shiek's side. So it feels very even. But if I had to give the edge to anybody, I think it's slight Bowser favor. So this next one is a weird matchup for me. I have practiced this matchup at top level, but it still eludes me when it comes to determining whether we win or lose. If I could get away with putting this in the I don't know tier, I think I would. But if I had to make a guess as to where Zelda would be on this list, I think it's probably even. Honestly, again, with the 0.5 stuff, it could be minus 0.5 for Bowser. But I think even is a safe place for now. It's just... So, getting in on Zelda is a minigame all in itself. It's really tricky because she sets up with Phantom, and you have to kind of make a judgment call. Am I going to jump over this Phantom? Am I going to shield this Phantom? Or am I going to try to maybe hit Zelda so I can cancel the Phantom? And it's tricky because if the Zelda anticipates your option, she can punish you pretty hard. If she thinks that you're going to jump over the Phantom, which is what I do a lot, she can stick out an aerial and catch your jump. Or if she thinks you're going to shield it, she can run up and grab you. So it's a big mix-up and conditioning game from Zelda. And it's pretty frustrating to have to play it as Bowser because it feels like you're constantly trying to get in, and Zelda's constantly setting up. So, yeah, it's definitely a tricky matchup. The reason why I hesitate to call it a losing matchup is because Zelda is just not really that good. And once Bowser does get in on her, it's pretty hard for Zelda to actually get him off her. I mean, she has the neutral B shenanigans, but that move is pretty telegraphed and slow, so it's not too hard to punish it or anticipate it. So, yeah. Overall, it's a really tricky, weird matchup. If I had to absolutely make a decision, I would probably put it in 0.5 losing for Bowser, but I don't really know, and it does feel very competitive on both sides. So, I think even is a safe place for it, but maybe with more time and experience, I'll make a real judgment call as to whether it's losing or just even. Whoa, it's Dr. Mario. I've had varying thoughts. I used to think this matchup was +2, like easy clap for Bowser, but I think it's a +1. I think no matter how you slice it, Bowser does win the matchup, but there is some stipulations. The matchup is not free, and I think there's literally 2 moves that make it so the matchup is not free, or maybe 3. So Cape, it works the same as Mario's, where if you're proficient with it and you can catch a recovering Bowser, it's a free stock. So he still has Mario Cape. It's on a significantly worse character, but it's still Mario Cape, which is just really good against Bowser. I mean, what is he really supposed to do? He can time his recovery, but even then, I mean, it's still, you're still kind of at a disadvantage off stage against Doc because he's either gonna cape you or down air you, or he's gonna down B you, which is also pretty good against Bowser. So yeah, off stage is tricky against this character. Recovering is not free at all. Recovering, you can get caught up pretty hard by Doc. And also, Pill is just a really annoying projectile. Like, it's not transcendent, which is good, so you can flame against it, but it's still annoying. It's still gimp you. It's still pretty good in neutral. It's by no means something that you like can get by for free, you know? It's pretty annoying to deal with Doc Pill. But for the most part, I mean, this Doc is bad. Doc's one of the worst characters in the game. He has no range, no disjoints, no mobility. Bowser just outclasses him in pretty much every way. It's just being off stage really is just tricky because sometimes you get caught up, sometimes you get caped, sometimes they land a good down B or a Pill Gimp, and you just die. So it's not entirely free, but definitely Bowser just, for the most part, just better characters Doc really hard, like most of the cast does. I don't know, like, does Doc actually have any winning or even matchups, or does he just lose to everybody? I refuse to admit that Doc beats anybody. Like, maybe one of the other low tiers, but maybe he has some, like, okay even matchups, but this character, like, Doc is a bottom 2-3 character, right? I'm not trying to shit on Doc mains. I definitely, if you main Dr. Mario, I have a lot of respect for what you do. But at least in the Bowser matchup, Doc just gets pretty outclassed. But it's not free at all. And Doc mains, much respect to you for playing this character because I don't know how you do it. I really don't. Moving on, we have Pikachu's high-tier counterpart, Pichu. Maybe mid-tier? I don't know. Definitely not a bad character, though. I think this matchup is probably a true even. So, first off, I have struggled a lot in this matchup in the past. I think I'm negative against Pichu. I've lost to Arfang twice, and I lost to Void. I did win early meta against Pichu a couple of times, but I think overall I'm probably negative against Pichu. I think I'll have to check the stats on that one. But either way, it's a matchup I have 100% struggled in. But I think that's a personal thing for me. I actually think this matchup is probably just even. Maybe 0.5 Pichu, maybe. But the thing is, you have the heaviest character in the game, Bowser, versus Pichu, the lightest character in the game. So sometimes Pichu just explodes. It's the Shiek thing, where Pichu needs to win 1,000,000 interactions, and Bowser needs to win like 2 to really just kill Pichu. It is tricky though, because compared to Shiek, Pichu has sort of what Pikachu does, where he has like a pseudo infinite off of grab, where Pichu can back air loop you at a grab, which is really frustrating. And also, Pichu, compared to Shiek, is a bit better at edgeguarding Bowser because of his multi-hit back air and his down air, which spikes pretty easily. So, yeah, it's a tricky matchup. However, on the Bowser side, like I said, you only need to hit Pichu a few times before he dies. And one of the benefits of playing against Pikachu is you can actually edgeguard or ledge trap him kinda okay, and I think the same applies to Pichu, where you can 2-frame him or stick out flame, and it's pretty good against him if you can catch it. So you do have that going for you, but like Pikachu, he has a lot of mix on his recovery, so it's really hard to consistently catch him. But it's still an option you have. And just think about the matchup. You're playing the lightest character in the game who damages themselves with every hit, or most of their hits, against the heaviest character in the game that lives forever and loves when you damage yourself. So there's, yeah, it's tricky on both sides because you're playing Pichu and you're getting a lot of combos, racking up a lot of damage, but you're also racking up a lot of damage on yourself. against a character that can kill you with one swipe. So it's tough. It is definitely tough on both sides because Pichu, you're just trying to keep up the pressure and not die. Bowser, you're just trying to get at a disadvantage and get your 1 or 2 hits to really just seal out a stock against Pichu. So yeah, I think this matchup is very even, pretty close to even. If I had to give the edge, I'd say slight Pichu, but even feels like a comfortable place for this matchup. This next one is every Bowser player's favorite matchup, Falco. I used to have Falco up here. I don't think it's quite that bad. I think it's close to being quite that bad. Maybe a 1.5. But I think -1 is a good spot for it. Yeah, we all know what happens in this matchup. Falco is the combo cutscene master. So if Falco hits you with an up tilt or a grab or whatever, you're going for a ride. He can do down throw, forward air, drag down combos. He can do up tilt into whatever combos. You're taking a bajillion damage when Falco touches you once as Bowser. It is literally the cutscene. It is like the epitome of the cutscene because you're the biggest character in the game. So when he hits you once, he's hitting you a lot more. It's really tough. It's a matchup a lot of us struggle with, including me in the past. Luckily, I have a lot of experience in it because early Ultimate, I had Juice in my region, and we used to play maybe every week. And nowadays, I get to practice with Tilde here and there. So I play the matchup a lot. It's 100% Falco favored. But the benefits that we do have, advantage is good for Bowser. When he starts hitting Falco and Falco has to try to land or recover, that's when Bowser can really kind of mess him up. Getting off the ledge against Bowser is usually pretty hard, and Falco is no exception from that. It's tricky. You have to choose very carefully how you get off the ledge. Otherwise, you're just going to eat an F-tilt or something like that. If Falco has to recover with up B and he's in kill percent, it's actually a free stock for Bowser. The VOD is gone, but I have actually won a tournament by dropping down and back airing Falco's up B when he was at 100% or so to win the tournament. And it's untechable, so there's nothing Falco can do about it. So you have that situation going for you. Basically, when Falco's off stage, Bowser can capitalize. And Falco's disadvantage is a little tricky for him. But for the most part, yeah, Bowser just gets super cutscene. If Falco weren't so linear with his recovery, I would probably put this as -2, but because you have such a big breakpoint in the matchup, which is Falco trying to recover and get back on the stage, I think because of that, it is not close to unwinnable. It's, instead of like, these are probably like 70-30, I would say it's closer to 60-40. So yeah, it is a doable matchup, but a very difficult matchup. Okay, people are going to get mad at me for this. I know for a fact the character loyalists are going to get mad. Some Bowser mains are probably going to get mad. People are going to get mad for this. And that's okay. I have thought about this placing for a very long time. And it's eluded me. First off, nobody plays Marth. Very few people actually play him. And Marth doesn't really have any results. Outside of maybe Leo using him for a set or two, Marth doesn't have any rep or anything, so it's really hard to tell. So I know people are going to get angry. People are not going to agree, but it's okay. I think Bowser +2 is Marth. Okay? It's... See, the thing is, the only thing that really hurts in this matchup, that really hurts, is the same thing that hurts in the Lucina matchup, is the offstage counter, because trying to recover against that is a pain and it could just end your stocks. But outside of that, Marth doesn't do anything to Bowser. Tippers are RNG. Well, they're not RNG actually, but it feels like they are. It feels like they're RNG, because sometimes you just get sour spots on your moves and you just gotta hold that. With Lucina, her consistency makes it so hard to get in on her sometimes, but with Marth, sour spots just they don't really do anything. They just give me rage, you know? So I'm happy to eat a bunch of Sour Spot nairs or fairs or whatever. Whereas against Lucina, it's different because all her hits are consistent, so she can consistently space me out and do consistent damage and knockback, which totally changes the matchup. And you guys know that because that's the difference in the tier list between Lucina and Marth. Whereas Lucina is universally considered to be a high tier, Marth, people don't even know where to put Marth. I don't think Marth is that good, personally. But it's the same thing as Doc, where I really respect Marth players because it takes a whole different level of dedication and kind of finesse, honestly, to play this character. So, yeah, I don't want to say Marth is bad, but I don't think he's that good. And honestly, I just feel like swords are like an archetype that Bowser is pretty okay against. With him being one of the worst swordies, it just kind of feels like we have our way with Marth sometimes. It feels like sometimes he can't really do enough damage and knockback to really hit Bowser where it hurts. And outside of his offstage counter, yeah, he just doesn't really have much going for him in this matchup. I fear the players behind Marth than I fear them more than I actually fear Marth, because a good Marth player can definitely do some damage. Hell, I could lose to a Marth. Any Bowser could lose to a Marth. It's not like Marth is this trash low tier. And if you run into a Marth player who knows what they're doing and they're committed to this character, that's pretty scary, because if they make it to you in bracket, you both make it that far, that means that they have their stuff down and they know what they're doing. So a proficient Marth can definitely win, but I just feel like with Sour Spots, they just don't do enough against Bowser, and Bowser just kind of just better characters him. Just like I said before with a few of these other matchups, Bowser's just better characters Marth. So flipping the script a bit from Marth, Lucina, this is easy losing matchup, and it's so crazy how Marth is here, or maybe here, and Lucina is up here. So what makes it so that Marth gets kind of bodied and Lucina bodies Bowser? Well, it's just straight up the consistency of her sword moves, the spacing that she can put on, the pressure. It's really hard. It's really tricky for Bowser. You can't rely on shield at all because she can shield break you or space around your shield. So it's really hard to actually consistently punish her without a shield options. And then just like Marth, she has the very deadly edge guarding ability. So her edge guarding is probably what wins her the matchup, honestly. If her edge guarding weren't so deadly, it would probably be an even matchup. Or maybe even winning. But because her edge guarding is so scary, you're off stage, you get Lucina countered for free. Or you get Lucina back aired, or fair, or down air. She has so much that she could do to you when you're Bowser trying to recover. And I think that's really where the matchup kind of just sucks. Like I said, if it weren't for the offstage, this would probably be a very close to even matchup, or maybe even Bowser favored, because Bowser has the range and the speed. But Lucina's offstage, coupled with her spacing and her shield pressure, it's not good. It means you can't hold shield for free at ledge against her like I do in a lot of matchups, because she could just jump up and shield break you. So ledge trapping her is a little tricky. What I like to do is I sit around roll distance and I either set up with flame or try to anticipate their getup and maybe grab them or fair them or something. But it's hard. It's hard to consistently get the best of Lucina in this matchup just because, like I said, she has so much going for her. But really where it hurts is the offstage. The offstage is really rough. And Marth has the same thing going for him, but I just feel like Lucina is just such a better character that even outside of the offstage interactions, she still can hold her own on stage, which I don't feel like Marth really can. So I think that's what makes such a difference in the matchups, is Lucina is a really good character, and she just has a lot going for her against Bowser, whereas Marth, outside of his counter really, or edge guarding, he really doesn't have much going for him, but Lucina does. So, yeah, I've traditionally struggled with Mr. E, I haven't really played many other Lucinas, but Mystery is a good friend and a rival of mine. So, yeah, I'm sure he would agree on this placing. Okay, more losing matchups. Young Link. Another losing matchup. Although I will say, I used to think, so early meta Ultimate, I used to think Young Link was like here with how bad it is. The more time goes on, I think it's getting closer to even, honestly, as Bowser players get better at it and the meta evolves. I think Young Link is still a good character, but he kind of maybe fell off a little bit. I feel like in the early days he was top tier or like super high tier contention, but nowadays you don't really see Young Link at all. And the character does struggle. I think it could be like 0.5 losing. So between these two tiers. But as I said a million times, we're not doing that. So Bowser struggles against this character because he zones you out really hard. And it's really as simple as that. His projectiles confirm into so many things. So he can spend the whole game zoning you out, and you're forced to be on the defensive against it while also breaking his zone. And when he hits you with boomerang or arrows or like anything he has, he can confirm off of that. I've gotten killed by fire arrow confirms. So yeah, it's a tricky matchup. The confirms, and also he has the link factor that we talked about, where he can kind of just invalidate Bowser down air with his lingering disjoint up air. So being able to just get rid of Bowser down air is a really unique property that the links have in the matchup that is really annoying to deal with, honestly. So there's that. The benefits of Bowser, though, he does have Flame, which with all the links, it invalidates all of his projectiles. So you can use Flame to kind of try to fight back against him and maybe condition or zone break against him because it just beats all of his projectiles. Also, his recovery is pretty exploitable with your two-framing options, and getting off the ledge is really hard for him. So it's the kind of matchup where you can kind of just hold shield and react to his ledge options, and you can ledge trap Young Link forever. And edge guarding him is pretty simple too. It's not free per se, like I think Fox is kind of free to edge guard, but it's close to being free because it's easy to just two-frame him or just stick out Flame and get free damage. So yeah, Bowser definitely has strengths in the matchup, which is why I think it's more realistically a 0.5 losing kind of matchup. But it's hard to argue about this being a winning matchup, at least in my mind, in my experience, and from what I've seen from myself and other Bowsers. But I don't know. The more time goes on, I feel like this matchup just gets better and better for us. Or like I said, early meta, it felt close to undoable because Young Link's kind of just spammed and nobody really knew what to do about it. But now, with the Flame counterplay and ledge trapping really hard against this character, it feels, if maybe I'm just getting better at it personally, but the matchup feels very much so more doable than it has in the past. But I would still say it's more than likely a losing matchup still. But one of the easier losing matchups. Rounding out the second row, we have Bowser's worst matchup, Ganondorf. Holy crap. This matchup's no, I'm kidding. Bowser beats Ganon. It's a pretty solid win. It's probably just solid +1. I used to think, so in the past I've said even or plus 0.5. I was like teetering on win or slight win, but I think it's just win. I think it's just straight up win. Same as DK, Bowser and Ganon do a lot of the same things. They grab a lot. They're super heavies that hit hard and live long. Bowser's just a better character. He's just faster. He lives longer. His confirms are better. He has better moves. Better recovery. He's just better than Ganon in every aspect. That being said, you don't want to sleep on Ganon because Ganon has a surprising amount of counterplay. In the same way that DK has a good amount of counterplay, Ganon has a surprising amount of counterplay to Bowser, which is why it's not here. There's some interactions that keep this from being a +2 matchup, honestly. And those things are Ganon side B, first off. So with Ganon side B, every time Ganon lands a side B on you, he is always an advantage, and it's a really easy guessing game for him. You have to mix him really hard because he can pretty much always confirm into down tilt unless you roll away, but you have the worst roll in the game. So your only option to not eat a down tilt is to roll out, but you have the worst roll in the game, so it's so telegraphed and so punishable that Ganon can easily cover it. So if Ganon side Bs you, you just have to roll out and hope that they don't go for down tilt, or you have to really try to read what they're going to do, because sometimes Ganon's out of side B, instead of just going for the free down tilt, they're Ganon players, so they want to like destroy you, so they'll go for like a smash attack read, or a re-grab with down side B, or just some crazy thing. So if you can anticipate that and maybe like time your standard get up, or maybe even not tech at all, and the Ganon player goes for some crazy thing, then you can get out of the situation. But for the most part, if Ganon side Bs you, he's super in advantage. Like, there's nothing you can really do. That, and also recovering as Bowser is really tricky because Ganon's down air is not the best down air, but it's effective against Bowser. It's slow, but Bowser has close to a sitting duck recovery. I think his recovery is actually a good recovery. I would say it's about average, or maybe a bit better than average, Bowser's recovery. But it's nothing crazy. If you're proficient and you know how to place your hitboxes very well, Ganon down air, it's going to happen against Bowser. So it's down air and also run off nair with Ganon, run off neutral air. Pretty easy to hit those against Bowser. Or even an up air. Drop down up air with Ganon. I could see that working. So side B, the offstage game, and also Ganon having 2 command grabs, which, by the way, I think he's the only character in the game with 2 command grabs. Somebody check me on that though. But he has 2 command grabs, so that's a lot of shield pressure, and you can't sit in shield for free because of that. Or if your shield is low and he does a smash attack, you're getting shield broken. It's happened to me. It's happened to other Bowsers a lot. So the shield pressure Ganon can put on is pretty good. It works well against Bowser. So side B, edge guarding, and shield pressure. Ganon has all of those going for him. Other than that, though, Bowser is just faster, stronger, way easier to play, easier recovery. You could stick out Flame against Ganon up B, and it works pretty well. It gets you some free damage. You can't really F-tilt 2-frame Ganon at all, but ledge trapping him is pretty easy. You just... He can't really get off ledge unless he, like, jumps side Bs, which is pretty... It's something you can anticipate. So, he's one of the trickier characters to ledge trap because he has a fast command grab that he can just jump up and do. But other than that, he does struggle to get off the ledge. So, yeah. Just overall, Bowser is just better. He's just a better character. But there is a lot of counterplay, which is why in the past I've said maybe even. But I think realistically, Bowser just beats him. I know a lot of heavy players, other super heavies, think that they beat Bowser or go even with him because of 1 or 2 interactions, but you have to understand, like, Bowser's just better. Bowser's just a better character, and that shows in results, you know? Compared to Donkey Kong, or Ganon, or even Incineroar or Dedede, Bowser players have reached much higher peaks. Whether it be me, or Hero, or Dark Thunder in Europe. So, yeah, the results I've seen from Bowser, these other characters don't really compare. And I think, and that's what I mean when I say better characters. I think Bowser is just more fit for a lot of situations than these characters are. Talking about the lower tier super heavies. So yeah, when I say that he better characters, Ganon, I just think that he's just a better character. And his tools just work better in the matchup. even though there is a good amount of counterplay. Okay, moving on, we have Mewtwo. This is one of the more obscure matchups in the game just because you don't see a lot of Mewtwo players, really. I think that Bowser beats him, though. I think it's a pretty solid win for Bowser. I don't think there's much that Mewtwo does that really gives Bowser that hard of a time. However, he does have some pretty decent counterplay to Bowser. Having a multi-hit nair that confirms into stuff is pretty annoying against the biggest character in the game. And also, he has his side B command grab, which is pretty good at sort of disrupting Bowser's ledge trapping sometimes, because it can reflect flame or it can knock you out of shield if you're holding shield at the ledge. So, overall, his side B is a pretty good tool against Bowser. Another thing is, Mewtwo plays his charge shot neutral, so you're kind of forced to run in against him. And as I mentioned before with Samus, charge shots are transcendent, so flame doesn't do anything about it. So it can kind of be hard to deal with charge shot. Other than that, though, I think, again, it's a case of Bowser just better charactering Mewtwo. He's bigger, faster, kills him very easily. And Mewtwo's hurtboxes are not very kind in the matchup because his big tail makes it so that he gets hit by a lot of crazy stuff. And it seems like it's easier to shield poke him. So it's very easy for Bowser to kill Mewtwo. He dies very, very early against Bowser, and he gets hit by a lot of things. I think a weakness in this game is being tall and light. So being a tall character with a big hurtbox and having a low weight value means that you get hit by a lot of things and you die early. It's kind of like Sephiroth. So, yeah, I think it's a fine matchup for Bowser. I think Bowser can swat him away, anti-air him, kill him pretty easily. And there's not really too much to worry about when you're trying to recover or get off the ledge, really. But I think Mewtwo does have strength in the matchup. Like I said, his side B, his charge shot, and his combo game. That makes him definitely more competitive than the +2 tier. But I still think it's not a very great matchup for Mewtwo. Although in the future I could see it being an argument for close to even maybe. I still think Bowser just has an edge. So this is a matchup I've definitely changed my opinions on a lot throughout the game. We're going to talk about Roy. I think Bowser beats Roy. However, it is extremely close to even. So probably a 0.5 win for Bowser. And potentially even, to be honest. I think it's very, very close between these two. The biggest strength that Bowser has against Roy is Bowser's ledge trapping. Bowser can ledge trap Roy so ridiculously hard, and he can make it so hard for Roy to get back onto stage just because of Flame Breath, honestly. You just stick out Flame when Roy's trying to up B, and it's free damage at the ledge, and it disrupts Roy's recovery, which makes it really annoying for Roy to consistently recover. He basically has to either eat the damage or try to mix up with jump and air dodge, which is disadvantageous for him. It's in Bowser's favor when Roy has to do all that. So yeah. And then at ledge, Roy's only real option is to jump. Everything else gets punished by a B. So Roy has a really, really hard time getting off ledge against this character. Another thing in the matchup is sour spots can be good for linking hits together sometimes, but against Bowser a lot of times they just kind of give him rage. So instead of swatting him away and putting him in disadvantage, they just do a little noodle hit and just give Bowser more rage, which just makes him stronger at the end of the day. So yeah, I think it is slight edge Bowser. However, Roy's confirms and his speed and kill power makes him a really deadly character, just overall. And that's no exception against Bowser. You can get linked into side B and you can die at ridiculous percents, even as the heaviest character in the game. Roy's side B does not discriminate. That thing is going to kill you super early. Also, confirming jab into back air and stuff like that is obviously a lot easier on Bowser. So, yeah, Roy definitely has strengths. And honestly, if a Roy player came to me and said, yeah, I think it's an even matchup, I wouldn't even really argue with them. I'd say, yeah, you got it. I could definitely see Roy's strengths in the matchup. I just don't think it's a win for Roy just because of how defined his weaknesses are, which is getting off the ledge and recovering, which Bowser is a master of beating you in those areas. Against Roy, Bowser is really good at beating him there. So, overall, I think it's slight edge Bowser, or maybe a true even, but traditionally I've always thought Bowser favor, just because of how strong the ledge is for Bowser. So, yeah, I'll put Roy here, but if we were ordering it, Roy would be like the closest thing to even in the winning tier. Next up is Chrom. So despite being sort of a semi-Echo Fighter to Roy, as in they both have pretty much the same normals, I actually think Chrom is closer to being an even matchup than Roy is, just slightly. The reason for that, basically, Chrom doesn't have sour spots, which I think actually works a lot better against Bowser because your hits are consistently dealing the same damage and knockback. So you're always putting Bowser in disadvantage when you hit him. Instead of Roy kind of just swatting him slightly away sometimes and giving him more rage, Chrom is just always putting you off stage into disadvantage. So that's one part of the matchup that makes it harder. And yeah, it just feels like his combos are a little more consistent. And he can do all the same confirms that Roy can with like jab back air and things like that. I don't think his side B is quite as strong as Roy's, although somebody should definitely check me on that. But it still feels like Chrom can consistently ledge trap you and kill you in a lot of the same ways that Roy can. So he can definitely open you up. But just having the more consistent hitboxes just makes the matchup feel a little bit more difficult. That plus, Chrom also can easily link into Chromicide, which is sort of like Chrom's answer to Bowser's side. So that could be really scary sometimes. Like if you're playing a good Chrom that is really good at linking into Chrom up B to suicide you off stage, then it's like Bowser's side where you go down a stock to Chrom and then you can just lose the game for that. So it is a really volatile matchup in my opinion. I think the things that stop Chrom from actually beating Bowser is basically his recovery is even more exploitable than Roy's, because Chrom's basically rely on air dodge to ledge instead of actually using up B, because Chrom's up B is so punishable. Anything Bowser does can beat Chrom's up B. He can throw out a tilt, a smash attack, or just set up with flame, and yeah, Chrom's gonna have a rough time. So he's pretty much always forced to air dodge, but you can always hit him when he's recovering if you're good with your positioning and timing. So yeah, that's a really big breakpoint in the matchup for Bowser. And also, being able to punish him out of shield in the same way that you can against Roy, being able to ledge trap him similarly to Roy, Bowser definitely has his strengths as well as being able to Bowser side him, just as Chrom can Chromicide him. So yeah, I think it's a very even, very explosive matchup, volatile on both ends. And honestly, it's a lot of fun to play this matchup. Even though I've definitely got hard cheesed in this matchup in the past, I do enjoy Chrom as a character, and I like playing this matchup. Okay, one of my old mains, Mr. Game & Watch. Shout out to Meister. This is a really bad matchup. I don't think it's like bad. I don't think it belongs in the -2 section, but I don't think we win at all. A lot of Bowsers would fight me about this. The Game & Watchers don't fight me about this, but the Bowsers do. And I can see why, kind of, because Bowser does have some advantages, some strengths in this matchup. But overall, Mr. Game & Watch just feels like he's designed to beat Bowser, honestly. He has pretty much everything you need to beat Bowser. He has devastating combo game that feels like you can't really do anything about it. It's borderline cutscene. I don't think it's as crazy cutscene as Falco, because he can't really kill you off of a grab unless he gets a 9 or sets you up for a crazy edge guard. But his grab game is still insane. He can grab you at 0 and take you to God knows what percent. It's really hard to get out of, and it is very, very hard to land against this character. See, Game & Watch up air, not only is it good for extending juggle situations and sharking, it actually beats Bowser's down air. So you can't rely on down air in this matchup like you can in a lot of other matchups as a landing option, because down air just goes right through it. It's actually, up air goes right through down air. It's actually pretty crazy. So your down air almost gets invalidated against this character because he has a projectile that goes straight up and goes right through it. So landing against Game & Watch is really hard. It's a situation where I guess you have to either wait for them to mess up, or you have to time an air dodge very well, or maybe go to ledge. But overall, you can't rely on down air, and being the heaviest character, it's really hard to actually get at a disadvantage against this character sometimes. So the juggle game is crazy, the sharking is crazy, and when you're off stage, Game & Watch has no shortage of ways to make sure you don't get back. Dash attack 2-frame, down smash 2-frame, run off back air, drop down down air. He has everything he needs to expose Bowser in disadvantage, which is what makes the matchup so frustrating. And then if you finally do get at a disadvantage and you get to the ledge, so you stop getting juggled or you survive his edge guard and you get to the ledge, he sets up with Bacon. And as such a huge character, there's not really much you can do. You can time a jump or a standard get up, or if he missed spaces, you can get up attack him. But if he spaces it perfectly, it is extremely hard to get off the ledge against this character, just because Bacon covers everything. It can cover jump, it can cover roll in, standard get up. It is one of the craziest ledge trapping tools in the game. Pretty much on par with Bowser Flame, if not better. So, yeah, it is really, really hard to get off the ledge. Bucket is good against Flame because he can absorb the Flame and it gives him an extra attack, which the Flame Bucket doesn't really do much knockback and it doesn't kill or do that much damage, but it's still a move, you know, it's still something he can do in the matchup. He can absorb your Flame and then he has this extra fake projectile, because it's not an actual projectile, that he can use against you as a combo extension or an edge guard or something, you know? So it's a tricky matchup. The things Bowser actually can do in this matchup, he can 2-frame him pretty well if you can time it. I know I play Meister, I've played him a lot, and I've gotten some 2-frames on him, but the majority of the time what he'll do is kind of wait out my 2-frame, so he'll go low and time his recovery so that it's very ambiguous as to when he's actually going to snap the ledge. And since Game & Watch's recovery goes so high and his air dodge is really good, he could afford to do this. He could afford to go really low, kind of wait out my F tilt or try to anticipate when I'm going to do it and just recover around it. So, yeah, we could 2-frame him, but he can also kind of just play around it too. So it's really tricky. And then also, Game & Watch is just super light. He dies really early. And actually, your tilts are pretty good for getting through a lot of his stuff. I've done up-angled forward tilt to kind of try to stuff out his aerials or his approaches or whatever, and it works pretty well. So having the range and the speed in this matchup helps a lot. But at the end of the day, I just think Game & Watch's versatility and his oppression, it makes it very, very hard to consistently win this matchup. So I do have to give the edge to Mr. Game & Watch. But I don't think it's quite cutscene levels of bad like these. But it's still not good. It's definitely close. Again, if we were ordering this, it would be closer to -2 than it would be to even. Okay, this next matchup's another one I've had a hard time really pinning down. But I think, all things considered, I think Meta Knight is an even matchup. If I had to give the edge to anybody, I would say very, very slight Meta Knight. Maybe, but a lot of Bowser players would fight me on that. I think the things that make this matchup okay for Bowser is Meta Knight has no neutral, basically. So he kind of just always has to run in and either grab you or dash attack you. So his neutral is really, really weak, and as Bowser, if you can anticipate that properly, you can punish him really hard for it. He doesn't really do much damage, he doesn't have any projectiles or anything to make your life hard. but he does have some pretty good strengths against Bowser. Basically, the hardest parts about this matchup are the ladders on stage. So if you get grabbed or dash attacked, which is what he's fishing for the entirety of the game, you basically take a lot of damage and or just die. Particularly when you're off stage. When you're off stage, this character can have a field day. Drop down back air, drop down neutral B, and side B. All of these things can make Bowser's life very, very difficult off stage. I think this is the single hardest part about the matchup. And the reason why it's hard for me to say Meta Knight actually beats him is because it's really just this. It's really just off stage. So if you can play a really good on-stage game, if you have really good neutral as Bowser and you can anticipate Meta Knight's run-ins because he's always running in, and punish him with grabs or out-of-shield options, you can pretty much make his life really difficult on stage. Also, you're going to survive his ladder combos a lot longer than anybody else in the cast, which is really good. It's just really the offstage. The offstage is what makes it so bad, and I think that, honestly, that's probably what might give Meta Knight a slight edge, because the offstage really is that hard. It really is hard to consistently recover against this character, especially proficient Meta Knights that are really good with their timings and positionings, so they know how and when to gimp Bowser. So it's tough, but I think if you play neutral right, and you can anticipate Meta Knight's extremely linear game plan, you can kind of just expose him. And he's light, he dies pretty early, so that helps a lot. And it's not like a Pikachu type thing where he has some crazy infinite kind of setup or some drag down shenanigans with lightning loops. He does have drag down stuff, but it's nowhere near as strong as Pika's. So I feel like the oppression this character puts on, it can be bad, but it's not unbearable like the -2s or even the -1s. This character does have a lot of good tools in the matchup though, which is why if it was do or die, I had to give the edge to one character or the other, I'd say probably Meta Knight, but it feels like Bowser's strengths are really good in the matchup, being able to just beat him out of shield consistently and kill him really early. So as long as you're not off stage in this matchup, generally you should be okay. As I said before, Echoes outside of Roy and Chrom are essentially the same character to me, so I rank them the same. Pit, I think, is another pretty good matchup for Bowser. I think Bowser wins solidly. I really like this character. I think Pit, on paper, he seems like he should be a top tier, or a lot better than what he is. I mean, he has crazy multi-hit aerials. He has a fairly decent recovery. Not the best, but it's not bad by any means. He has 2 reflectors, an annoying projectile, and some cool confirms. So it's kind of weird to me that this character is not as good as you would think he is. I guess maybe his airspeed and his recovery is a bit exploitable. So yeah, it kind of makes sense, but I don't know. I just really like Pit, and it'd be cool to see him do better in the meta. But as far as the matchup goes, I think Bowser is fine against this character. I feel like Pit just doesn't really do enough to be able to deal with him. He has a pretty hard time killing Bowser outside of maybe some down air shenanigans off stage or a clever gimp. Outside of that, he doesn't do that much damage, and it's just really hard for him to seal the deal on Bowser. And a lot of times Bowser can bully his recovery and ledge trap him enough and punish him out of shield enough on stage that it doesn't really feel like Pit threatens Bowser that much. With his low damage output and lack of kill confirms or anything like that on Bowser, yeah, it doesn't feel too bad. He does have that offstage factor where he can be pretty good at gimping your recovery or just down airing you straight up, which I think is what makes it slightly competitive. His projectile is really annoying, although it does lose to flame, but when you're offstage, flame offstage is not really the best option for dealing with projectiles, so yeah, it works pretty well if you're trying to recover. But overall, I'd say I feel like this character is just really lacking in the sauce to be able to consistently seal a deal on Bowser. So Bowser winds up living for a long time and killing Pit really early, without Pit really having the crazy oppressiveness or combo games or versatility that these characters have that let him really deal with Bowser, these characters, I mean the -2, -1 characters, they all have crazy combo game or some kind of win condition built into their kit that allows them to consistently take stocks from Bowser really early, or just straight up oppress him to no end. And Pit doesn't really have that. Pit plays a more honest game against Bowser, and in general, which in Smash Ultimate I feel like being honest is not really the best, because if you're working a lot harder than your opponent, but your opponent's just killing you at 50 either way, it's not really good for you. And I feel like in this matchup, that's a good example of that, because Pit does a lot of paper cut kind of damage to Bowser, but Bowser kind of just shrugs it off and messes up his recovery or kills him with a confirm on stage or add a shield option. And yeah, so I think pretty good matchup for Bowser, but Pit is not to be underestimated because of his ability to just go ham off stage and put on a pretty good amount of damage with this combo game. Okay, jumping back into the losing matchups, we have Zero Suit Samus. I think it's pretty universally agreed upon that this is not a good matchup for Bowser. Maybe there's some other Bowsers that have hot takes or whatever, or some ZSS players that are pessimistic about the matchup, but I think it's always been losing. Although I will say the nerfs did affect ZSS pretty hard, so I don't know if maybe that's something that could really swing the matchup. Maybe if anything it makes it a 0.5 loss instead of a -1. Traditionally though, this matchup has always been pretty hard because, well, first off, ZSS is really good at playing evasively and kind of dancing around your shield, and her mobility with flip kick it makes her pretty elusive and hard to actually get your hands on. I mean, when you do, you can do some pretty good damage to her, but yeah, it's kind of hard to catch her. It's almost like Greninja, kind of, where she's just jumping around and throwing out safe stuff, where it's hard to really consistently punish her. And also another thing, ZSS is really good at punishing your bad tech options. Bowser has the worst roll in the game, so if you ever have to roll against ZSS, you're just always going to eat a punish. So yeah, she can kind of punish you really hard and space really safely to the point where I'm pretty confident saying it's just a hard matchup. It's hard to get in, hard to get your hands on her. Could be hard to ledge trap her too with flip kick and stuff like that. But Bowser does have some strengths. He kills her early. If you can anticipate flip kick, you can get some pretty decent punishes at the ledge, although it's hard to consistently do it. Also, Bowser side is really funny in this matchup. I think at Riptide, I Bowser sided Mars twice in the same game, and I don't remember if I Bowser sided him in other games, but it is definitely a win condition against ZSS. If you go up a stock, fish for Bowser side. Like, honestly, it's so funny. But yeah, definitely not a good matchup despite any of that. I feel like maybe with the nerfs, it's possibly closer even. But if I had to choose and give an edge to either character, I'd say ZSS probably solidly beats him. Although, it'd be cool to grind with a top ZSS player for a long time and see how the matchup really is nowadays compared to pre-nerf ZSS. But yeah, I've always thought this character won just because of her safe spacing and her ridiculous punish game. But maybe times have changed. I don't know. Okay, here's another fun one. I love talking about this matchup. Definitely more than I like playing this matchup. Wait, where is he? Sorry, I can't find it, but it's Wario. I personally think Wario is one of Bowser's... Oh, here he is. One of Bowser's worst matchups. Absolute worst matchups. This matchup is not fun. I mean, it's fun, but it's not good for Bowser whatsoever. Basically, Wario's airspeed makes him really hard to catch sometimes, and he can play really elusive. I played Gluto in France, and this dude was just untouchable. He was phantom footstooling me and jumping all over the place, and with his airspeed, he was able to kind of just get away with a lot of that stuff. Wario basically starts the game with the free stock. He plays with Final Smash meter on because of Waft, and you're not missing your Waft against Bowser. If you're a Wario that knows what they're doing, you are not missing that Waft against Bowser. I can see a Wario missing a Waft against Pika, or Ness or even some of the skinnier characters like Falco or whatever. But you are not missing your waft against Bowser. It's a free stock. You are getting that. I'm sure it happens sometimes under tournament stress, whatever, but more often than not, Wario is going to land his waft on Bowser. It should be free. The combos should be really easy. The Nair combos and extensions with up air, it's rough. Wario also has a command grab, which means you can't sit and shield for free against him. He can scoop you off platforms. He can ledge trap you really well. The command grab makes life really hard. There's that. There is down air when you're trying to recover. Super oppressive against Bowser. It does not care about shell armor at all. You can't really hug the wall to avoid it. He sticks out down air and he just wins. So it's a very deadly option off stage. Overall, a very bad matchup for Bowser. I think one of his absolute worst matchups just because of how deadly the combo game is and how free it is to land a waft. And trying to recover is not fun. I can't really think of any pros in this matchup. I guess you can kind of out of shield punish Nair pretty well if you can properly play around its hitboxes. But it just feels like Wario can kind of get away with that stuff consistently. I don't know. It's just always felt like a really hard matchup just because of Wario's overwhelming strengths. He kind of tosses Bowser around. And like I said, you start the game 3 stocks to 2 because Wario should not whiff his waft against Bowser. It should not happen. I mean, I'm sure it does. I'm sure it will. But generally, a proficient Wario is going to get it. So, yeah. Bad matchup. Very difficult. One of Bowser's worst.
3-0 le sweep de Orléans et on a déchiré celle-ci.
Another personal favorite matchup of mine to play and to talk about, Snake. I think this matchup straight up just true even. Just one of the most even matchups in the game in my opinion. I think the matchup is very player-based, very knowledge-based. I think usually the better player, or the player who knows more about the matchup at least, comes out on top. I think there's a lot of specific counterplay on both sides. For instance, on the Bowser side, no pun intended, there is the counterplay with down throw grenades, where if Snake's holding a grenade and you down throw him, it opens up a whole new world of combo routes instead of going for up throw. And these combos work well past up throw percent if I remember correctly. So you can do down throw, grenade, Snake holding grenade, down throw into back air, into tilts, into up air. It's a whole world of new combos that you actually probably should practice if you want to get really good at this matchup, because it's different than confirming out of up throw. So there's that. There is the offstage game against Snake as Bowser. You can back air his Cypher and he just dies sometimes for it if C4 is already on stage, or if he's too low to start up the C4 recovery or air dodges or something like that. He just dies. So, yeah, back air against Cypher is really good, or run off fair against Cypher or things like that. It definitely works sometimes. So, yeah, you can kind of bully his recovery. Even if he has to go high, if you're a crazy crackhead, you can go up there with a Bowser up B and try to kill him off the top or something like that. So, bullying this character's recovery as Bowser is definitely a win condition. On the Snake side, though, Nikita is really strong against Bowser. Like, really strong. Basically, it's sort of like a rock, paper, scissors, except Snake has advantage most of the time. If you're Bowser and you have to recover against Nikita, you can recover through the Nikita with up B and go through it. However, Snake can negate this by dropping the Nikita as you do that. So if he keeps the Nikita active and you up B through it, you can go through it. But if he drops Nikita as it hits your shell, then the hitbox works and you're back off stage. So if the Snake knows how to actually use it in the matchup, Nikita is really, really deadly and should more often than not be a stock. But it's not really guaranteed because it is a timing thing and Bowser can also maneuver around it sometimes. So yeah, it just feels like there's a lot going on for both sides of the matchup. There's even more to it than I'll talk about in this video. I might have to make a guide or something on how to play a lot of these matchups because there's so much to them. But yeah, I think very knowledge-based, very player-based, and it's a really interesting matchup to watch play out because it just shows who knows. The winner usually knows more about the matchup, honestly, or is straight up just the better player, one of the two. So it's really a fun matchup to play and to watch. Okay, another Fire Emblem character coming up, Ike. My thoughts on this, it's another matchup that's changed throughout the game's meta. Early meta, I thought it might be losing for Bowser. Then in the later years, I thought even. Now I think Bowser should beat Ike. It is very close to even, though. Again, if we are ordering, I think it's more even than a lot of these matchups. Maybe a 0.5 win for Bowser, but I do think he wins. The reason I think Bowser wins is because, if you think about it, these characters kind of do the same thing. They're both fishing for aerials to confirm into other stuff, usually combo extensions or kills even. Ike's fishing for Nair into something, Bowser's also fishing for Nair or forward air into something. So they're using their aerials to fish for openings. So they play the same in a lot of ways. But I think the thing that gives Bowser the edge, I think, is honestly just being faster, heavier, and having a better recovery, really. Ike having to recover against Bowser can be really scary sometimes, unless you can land a good side B as Ike and get onto the stage really quickly and safely. Or maybe a clever air dodge to the ledge or something like that. It could be really hard to recover against Bowser. It's like Chrom, where if Ike has to up B, he's screwed because Bowser has so much against it. And even side B can lose to Flame and stuff like that sometimes. So, yeah, recovering for Ike is not easy. I mean, Bowser can also get bullied when he recovers. I've had Ike's turn around up B and kill me for trying to recover or counter me or something like that. So it's not free at all to recover against this character. And Ike's confirms are deadly. His combo extensions are deadly. His damage output is crazy. This is not a free matchup by any means. And it's closer to even than it is to a body bag. But I just think Bowser and Ike do a lot of the same things, but Bowser is just better at doing them. As far as fishing for aerials into confirms and combos, I think Bowser is just better at that. So I think he, at the end of the day, outclasses Ike, but it is competitive. And it is a matchup that can be pretty explosive on both sides. So if I lost to an Ike, or if I see another Bowser lose to an Ike, I wouldn't really be surprised, because I don't think this character is bad. I don't think this matchup is horrible for Ike. I just think Bowser has a slight edge, just because he, again, does a lot of the same things, but just better. Another tricky matchup for me, Pokemon Trainer. Even now, I'm not entirely sure what to think of this matchup. It's really tricky to say. So, I'm not going to put it in either of these, because I don't think Bowser beats this character. I think it's somewhere in between here and here. I think it's even or slight loss for Bowser. I think if played perfectly on both sides, I think this matchup is probably even, honestly. So the thing is, Squirtle is really the biggest issue in this matchup because Squirtle's frame data is overwhelming. He can press Bowser really hard. He can do down air into regrab into down air into whatever and rack up 1,000,000%, and it's really scary. And also, when you're off stage against Squirtle, his down tilt is a surprisingly good tool for two-framing you and putting you back off stage. So this character can do a lot of damage to Bowser and even edgeguard him. So Squirtle is a force to be reckoned with. Ivy is sort of... Ivy has some scary scenarios against Bowser, which is literally two moves, up air and down air. Up air and down air are what make Ivy competitive against Bowser. Outside of those moves, Bowser would probably body this character, but because up air and down air exist, it's sometimes you're recovering and you just get down aired and you die. There's nothing you can do about it. Sometimes you get grabbed and you get up aired, and hell, you might even die from that. I'm pretty sure I played Quid at a weekly, and he grabbed me at 40, 50 or something on the top platform, and he just up aired me to death. I was like, what? That's not even fair. But it goes to show that these moves are really, really good in general. Honestly, I would say that they're some of Ivy's strongest tools outside of his Nair. And they're really good for just exploding stocks. So, yeah. Outside of that, though, Bowser doesn't struggle with Ivy in the same way he struggles with Squirtle, because Ivy's frame data is not as good. He's a little clunkier. He has a bit harder time getting off the ledge and getting at a disadvantage, I would say. But, yeah, this character is not to be slept on. And then Charizard, honestly, Charizard is just bad. Charizard has the Ganon effect where he's a strong heavy and you're really scared when you play against him, and he can just hit you with something and kill you. But realistically, the character is not good on its own. I don't know where people get that from. Charizard without the other two Pokemon would be a low tier or a low mid. But yeah, so Charizard's essentially worse Bowser. He's a super heavy that lives shorter because he's not as heavy. He has a worse Bowser Flamethrower, slower moves, slower speed in general. So Bowser should better character Charizard, and he does. If it came down to a one-on-one Bowser-Charizard, Bowser would win the matchup. So it's kind of funny because I've always seen PT as Squirtle is losing, Ivy is even, and Charizard is winning individually for Bowser. Put all of those together and it's interesting because I feel like if you play perfectly on the PT side, you can seriously mess up Bowser, but I think the same could be said on the Bowser side. You can make it really hard for PT to get in and start their damage on you if you're playing smart. If you hold shield at the ledge against this character, they don't really have a whole lot of options. I'm pretty sure I won a regional against PT literally just doing that and ledge trapping PT, and they can't... How's Ivy supposed to get off ledge? They can kind of pressure you with up B, but eventually they have to do something else. How's Charizard supposed to get off ledge? You know? It's rough. So I think both these characters have pretty defined strengths in the matchup. I think they can both be very explosive on each other and exploit each other's weaknesses pretty hard. So yeah, I'll say even for now. One of my personal demons. I hate this character. I mean, I don't hate this character. I think this character is actually really cool and fun to watch. But playing against this character is miserable. Diddy Kong, -1. I feel like this is not a hot take at all. I think it's probably universally agreed upon that this matchup is not fun to play. I think it's just the mobility and how hard it is to actually catch Diddy Kong that makes it hard. He's all over the place. And then Diddy just being able to confirm you so easily into stuff, like drop down, Z-drop banana into down air, down tilt combos, things like that. Yeah, it's hard. And then having a command grab that he can mix really hard off of. He can either jump at you with a command grab as you're shielding, or you can throw out the hitbox if you think he's going to command grab. It's a whole world of mix-ups, and it does not favor Bowser. Two really annoying projectiles that you kind of can use against him, but at the end of the day, he always has the advantage as far as his projectiles go. I will say, Bowser with banana is pretty scary, because you throw it at Diddy and you can confirm it to things for free. But overall, I mean, just with how hard it is to actually catch Diddy, and how hard Diddy can punish you and dance around your threat zone, yeah, I think Diddy just solidly beats him. I think it's closer to -2 than -1. It'd be like -1.5, but the thing that keeps it here, as opposed to these other characters, is Diddy is not as oppressive, as in your windows against him to actually play the game are definitely there. And also, you can exploit his recovery with Flame pretty consistently. So yeah, there's some good things going on in the matchup for Bowser, but overall, Diddy is just so hard to actually hit, so hard to keep in disadvantage, so hard to play around his items constantly all the time, get off the ledge against him. It's all really hard. It's not a good matchup for Bowser at all. It's not close to even either. It's closer to -2 than it is -1. Well, no, I think it's closer to -1, but it could veer into -2 territory. But I do think it's solid -1, or even -1.5 or something like that. But I think just being able to bully his recovery a bit, being able to kill him early, Being able to use Banana against him pretty efficiently is really good, which is something I should probably do more. A lot of times I just throw Banana at shield or try to snipe off stage and I miss, but I think there is a world of counterplay to Diddy with his own Banana, which I'm not good at yet. Overall though, I would say very solidly in Diddy's favor. Not a fun matchup. So this is another interesting one. I feel like people have a lot of differing opinions on this. I've seen some people say that this matchup is really bad, which honestly, I don't see it at all. But I can see how Lucas can give Bowser the work, honestly. Traditionally, I thought it's Bowser favor. However, I think it is close to even. It's hard for me to really place this one. I think for now, I will put it in even. Simply because Bowser has some really good strengths in this matchup. As I've said a million times in this video, his range, speed, all things like that help him get in on Lucas, help him kill Lucas pretty easily. Out of shield is good if you shield Lucas's nair, up B immediately, rinse and repeat. And also you can ledge trap, edge guard Lucas's recovery pretty well. He has a tether which makes him a little trickier to edge guard than Ness, but at the end of the day if he's forced to up B, you should be able to punish that. It should be a 2-frame or you stick out flame or something like that. So you should be able to ledge trap this character. You should be able to hit his recovery pretty well. That being said, I think the downsides of the matchup are pretty apparent. Lucas's combo game on Bowser is pretty scary. He can do nair into nair into nair, whatever, and he can take you off stage and kind of just decimate your stocks off stage with back air and down air. So it's like a lot of matchups in this game where on stage is not too bad, even though on stage can be kind of annoying with the PK fire spam, throwing out Zairs and things like that. On stage is not too unbearable. It's just when you start getting comboed and when you get taken off stage, yeah, it's gonna hurt. I had to play a really good Lucas and Friends tag is Netox, and people were warning me about this Lucas. They were like, oh, you know, you gotta be ready for that. People don't really know what to expect when they play him, and he's just crazy. And yeah, I had to reverse 3-0 him. I thought Lucas was a more free matchup or easier matchup for Bowser until I played that Lucas. That Lucas showed me that, yeah, this matchup is not easy for Bowser. There is some crazy counterplay. Lucas's combos and his offstage potential. His zoning is pretty good. Yeah, I don't think it's a winning matchup, but I think because of how light he is and how edge guardable, ledge trappable he is, and also the out of shield punish game against him if he whiffs his aerials on stage, I think that it's pretty even. I think both sides can kind of just blow each other up, honestly. So it's a volatile matchup where the person losing, honestly, is probably losing because they're off stage or at the ledge. So I think that's where the matchup really kind of can be really explosive. I've lost stocks to Lucas down air and back air just in the blink of an eye. And also on the same token, I've edge guarded their recovery and 2-frame them, this and that. So yeah, super even, super volatile, in my opinion. So funny enough, I talked to Ken about this matchup when we were in France together. Ken is a top 3, top 2 Sonic in the world. Maybe possibly the best, but you know, I think time needs to pass before we can really say that. But he's easily a top 3 Sonic. And he said Bowser's Sonic is, at first, initially, he said Bowser's Sonic is even. And I was kind of just like, are you sure about that? You know? And he said, okay, slight Sonic. But it's, I don't think it's close, but it's not as bad as some of these other matchups, but it is definitely a losing matchup for Bowser. It feels that it should be. Maybe a 0.5 kind of losing type thing, but yeah, it does not feel good for Bowser. I feel as Bowser, I'm always trying to play into Sonic's game, so I'm forced to play a different game than a lot of the cast, which is the case in a lot of matchups. But against Sonic in particular, the game is it's this war of attrition kind of, where he starts to charge spin dash across the stage, and you have to react properly to it. So you have to, maybe you can try to go in on him and force him to release it, or you can kind of wait and see what he does. It's really confusing for me. I'm not gonna lie, my brain can't handle Sonic a lot of the time. I think I've been getting better at the matchup. Like recently I played Wrath and I reverse 3-0'd him. I also went game 5 with Ken at a French tournament. Tony Z-Tank kind of put me away though, I can't lie. So it's definitely been a confusing matchup for me. Just having to play around spin dash and kind of guess what Sonic's going to do and punish him when he does an unsafe aerial or lands unsafely. It can be tricky, honestly. Bowser has some good stuff. Flame is okay in the matchup because it can kind of stuff out spin dash and homing attack to kind of reset. It can also get his recovery as he's coming up, which is pretty good. If you time your tilts properly or a dash attack, you can hit Sonic's spin dash. It's hard though. It is really hard to catch this character, and it's consistently hard to guess right against this character. So, yeah. And I feel it's just advantage Sonic because you have to play so well and react to him every single time. And you're Bowser. You are really big, and if you whiff, you're going to be stuck in a bit of lag. Whereas Sonic's not really going to be feeling that much lag on his whiffs, unless he whiffs a homing attack and he has a little bit of time where he's vulnerable. It feels like if I whiff side B or up B or something, it's way easier for him to swoop in and punish me than it is for me to punish him when he's unsafe. So yeah, Sonic can cover those punishes really, really quickly. So it definitely feels that Sonic has a slight edge. Maybe a big edge. Maybe it's just -1. But having talked to Ken, he said it's even. I think it's because he's played Hero once offline and Hero beat him. But I don't know. I think that was more so a player-to-player thing than a matchup overall. I feel a lot of matchups, when it comes to the top players, top reps of characters, I feel like that's not really the way to really gauge how bad or good a matchup is, because I can go to my local or even go to majors and I can beat some of the best players at locals or majors playing -2, -1 matchups into Bowser. That doesn't mean that we win the matchup. It just means that I outplayed the person, you know? So in the case of that in particular, and Ken saying he thinks it's even or close to it, I think it's just because he played a really good Bowser that kind of caught him that day. But I don't think this is a good matchup for Bowser. I don't think it's even. I think Bowser struggles a lot just because of Sonic's overwhelming speed and his ability to just keep you guessing and keep you on your toes. So yeah, I would say -1. Maybe if we were doing in between tiers, maybe -0.5, but it feels hard. Okay, moving on, we have another one of the other kings in the game, King Dedede. So, for some reason, nobody on either side can agree with this matchup. The Dededes think that they beat Bowser, the Bowsers think that it's even or whatever. Okay, I'm gonna say, I don't see how this character is supposed to actually beat Bowser. I feel like, realistically, all things considered, this probably belongs here. I think the problem is a lot of Bowser players don't really know how to play this matchup properly, so they just get stuck at ledge and they just get command grabbed over and over again, and they get caught by things that they really shouldn't be getting caught by. I think if you play this matchup properly, realistically, Dedede should not really be winning. I could see it being, again, if we ordered, it'd be closer to even. Close to even, I could definitely see an argument for even. I just think that Dedede's bad. Dedede's really, really bad. Dedede is a bottom 10 character. He has so many obvious weaknesses. He gets juggled really easily. He has a lot of lag on his moves. It's hard for him to really get at a disadvantage, although his multiple jumps definitely do help him, and he can kind of get away with landing with Nair or command grab sometimes, so it's not as bad as maybe DK getting at a disadvantage. but still a bad disadvantage. And just overall, just some really bad moves. Gordo works against him half the time. Gordo is one of the few projectiles in the game that consistently and so easily works against the character that uses it. So, yeah. I think that if you know where and when to punish Dedede, you can do a lot of damage to him. If he throws a Gordo, you can just swat it back at him. If he whiffs a command grab, you should be able to punish him somehow. If you shield his tilts and things like that, you should be able to get a punish. I think where this matchup is hard is at the ledge. Basically at the ledge and trying to recover is where this matchup is pretty difficult. And that's what makes it close to even. Because he has, it's like DK, where he has the scenarios where he can put you in a really tough spot that makes it hard to actually get out of. DK being his cargo throw off stage or ding dong on a platform type of situation. Dedede has that, and for him that's, you're at the ledge and Dedede sets up the Gordo. So what do? Or you're trying to recover and he's getting ready to dash attack 2-frame you. The thing is, it all comes down to timing. If you can time your get-ups and your recoveries around Dedede doing that, it's actually, none of it is actually real, you know what I'm saying? If he throws a Gordo and it's bouncing along, 50% of the time or more, they're going to start charging F-Smash. You can get up attack the Gordo back into him. You can kind of just wait it out. You can time your standard get-up. There's a lot that you can do. The thing is, in the moment, especially in tournament, a lot of Bowser players get kind of frazzled. So when Dedede starts to do things like that, it throws people off and we pick panic options. I mean, I've done it. I've definitely got off the ledge against Dedede in the worst ways possible. I promise you. But at the end of the day, I think Bowser should be beating this character. Bowser is just, there's a huge difference in the tier list between these two characters. And for all the strength that Dedede does have in the matchup, Dedede is just not good. So the punish windows, for instance, when he recovers, you should be able to 2-frame him all the time. There is a trick that Dedede's can do, I think, to kind of negate it, where I forgot, I talked to a Dedede player about this. They kind of hold down or something. They can pretty much armor through your F tilt. I think somebody should check that, but either way, it's still free damage. You could still use flame against them. You could still ledge trap them. Yeah. I think realistically Bowser should beat this character, but it's not free by any means. No shot, it's +2. And again, if we were ordering these, it'd be one of the ones that are closer to even. I would even put this in an in-between tier because I do see the counterplay. I do see Bowser's struggles in the matchup. I just think with how bad Dedede is, I don't think it's enough for Dedede to win or even go even. Olimar is another matchup I really like to play and I really like to talk about. I think this is a winning matchup for Bowser. Maybe closer to 0.5, but still, I would say firmly in Bowser's favor. I haven't talked to DeBuzz about this in a long time. I don't know what his exact thoughts on the matchup are, but I've talked to a lot of other Bowser players and we all agree. The problems with Olimar and the reason why he doesn't beat Bowser, in my opinion, and it's not really even either, is because Olimar is a zoner, right? And traditionally, Bowser struggles with zoners. We have Samus in the losing, we have Young Link in losing. So, zoners are not fun for Bowser. The thing about Olimar, though, is his zoning, outside of Purple Pikmin, doesn't actually knock Bowser away. So, his projectiles are actually just chip damage projectiles, right? So it's kind of like he's just throwing Fox Laser at you over and over. The problem against Bowser, fundamentally, that is not good, because if you're not doing knockback to him and putting him in disadvantage and you're just damaging him, well, I'm just building up rage. I can tank all this Pikmin damage all day, you know? So, yeah. So the Pikmin themselves, as far as being a projectile, are not an issue for Bowser. I can easily kill them. I can easily tank the damage. No big deal. 2-framing or edge-guarding Olimar is pretty easy. I mean, his recovery is like borderline sitting duck recovery, so it's not hard to just swat him when he's trying to up B. Or I like to hold shield against him and try to ledge trap him, which I do against the majority of the cast, honestly. So yeah, not really a struggle to edgeguard ledge trap this character. The chip damage works in Bowser's favor a lot of time because outside of a blue Pikmin up throw or a purple Pikmin smash attack, it's pretty hard to actually kill Bowser. He just lives for a really long time. So yeah, you can tank a lot of damage from Olimar, and you can kill him really early because he's really small and light. So yeah, it's not... I personally think it's not a good matchup for Olimar. I, again, have not talked to DeBuzz and not talked to Myron about it, but I think it's a good matchup for Bowser. Olimar has some strengths because even though he does chip damage that doesn't really affect Bowser as much as it affects a lot of the cast, he's still really good at racking up damage. Even without the Pikmin throws, he does up smash into combos. His grab combos are pretty good. So this character racks up a lot of damage. He can 2-frame with down tilt, which is annoying if you're trying to up B. So yeah, pretty solid stuff against Bowser. Whistle can mess with Bowser sometimes too. He can kind of tank an aerial or something like that. So it could be a nuisance. So yeah, Olimar has some stuff. But it feels, when I play it, it feels pretty good for Bowser, honestly. It feels like I just live really long and I kill him early. And edgeguarding in 2-frame, not a big deal. So, yeah. I like this matchup personally for Bowser. I think it's... I don't feel like we lose, honestly. Maybe I could see an argument for even, but I've always thought that we won, so I'll put it here. Lucario. This is a really fun matchup. So where are we going to put Lucario on this matchup chart? Personally, and a lot of Bowsers agree with me, I think this is a +2 matchup. I think we destroy Lucario. I think it's one of our best winning matchups. Honestly, and it's just based on... I mean, think about it on paper. Lucario, not really that good of a character. Doesn't really have results or anything. I'd honestly put him in low tier if I had to make an ordered tier list. This character kind of doesn't work well. And I think the fundamental flaw with Lucario is, in order for Lucario to actually start doing things, which is taking stocks and racking up big damage and landing those big hits, he needs to be in kill percent. So Lucario is not a real character until whenever Aura is actually starting to affect the match. So I don't know the exact numbers on that, but basically Lucario doesn't really threaten me till 70+%. That's when he starts to really start hitting hard and his recovery gets better and he's just able to do crazy things. So yeah, not really a character until he's pretty much in kill percent. The problem with that against Bowser is you don't want to be in kill percent because I'm going to land a Nair back air or some kind of Nair thing or a command grab on a platform and you're just going to die. So all that rage and all that aura that you've been racking up, Bowser kind of just invalidates it because you are already in kill percent. So you are not a real character until you're about to die to anything I do. Lucario is super duper strong at 120, 130. Yeah, but how long is Bowser going to let you live at 120, 130? It's... If you're a good Lucario and you can maneuver around Bowser really well and place your hits very well, yeah, you can beat Bowser, yeah. It's not impossible, but it's just on paper the heaviest character that kills so easily and lives so long, and you're a character that needs to be in kill percent to actually do anything meaningful to this character. It just feels so bad for Lucario. On top of that, Bowser can 2-frame him and ledge trap him very well. Lucario does have some good stuff. He has his charge shot, which is pretty good, especially when he's at those higher percents because he can charge it really fast. He has a command grab, which I always forget about, which, as I've said a few times in this video, command grabs against Bowser, particularly my Bowser, are good because I like to sit and shield. So, yeah, he has some good stuff. He also has some crazy confirms with Aura Sphere into back air, things like that. probably some other stuff I haven't even seen or I forgot about. So this character is not totally useless. This character has some stuff. I just think the problem is the fundamental flaw of having to be in kill percent to be able to kill people against the heaviest character in the game that's going to live your stuff longer than anyone else and is going to kill you earlier than most of the cast. So yeah, that's why I think it's +2, because it's just on paper and in practice, it's just not good. So I'm not going to lie, I've definitely flip-flopped in this matchup a lot. I gone from early meta winning to mid meta even to recently losing, but I think I'm going to keep Robin even for now. I think offline this matchup is very, very close. If it had to swing in either way, it'd probably go in Rob's favor. But I think that, first off, I think this matchup is not really optimized on either side, honestly. If you have Gyro as Rob, I mean, we all know what Rob with Gyro can do. I don't need to explain that, you know. But Bowser with Gyro is interesting because there is actually a whole world of counterplay, kind of like Snake Grenade down throw, that hasn't even really been fully explored, more so in the Rob Gyro sense. There's some weird Z-drop stuff that you can do. You can ledge trap him with Gyro. There's a lot that Bowser can actually do with Gyro. And I think if the more technical Bowsers pushed that and people started mastering it, I think Rob would have a lot of trouble in this matchup, honestly. I think at its peak, both players playing optimized, I could see it just being true even, where the person that gets the Gyro basically just destroys the other person from the stuff that I've seen. Now, of course, this matchup's not optimized, and it's way easier for Rob to destroy Bowser with Gyro because, one, he's the one throwing it out, so he usually has more control, and two, the combos are just way easier. So yeah, but I think that there is a world of Gyro combos on the Bowser side of things that has not even been close to optimized, that I have not seen in tournament. I've only seen it on Twitter clips and things like that. So yeah, I think there is a lot of depth to this matchup, honestly. I think there's more to it than what we've seen. So I think I'm going to put it here. I think this matchup has a lot of potential to just be a true even, honestly. But right now, as it stands, what I've played, if I had to, it would be in the in-between tiers. But I think even is fine for now. I think even as it stands, both of these characters can kind of body each other. Rob with his Gyro and zoning tools, and Bowser with his strength and his confirms against Rob, and Rob being so big, getting hit by add a shield up Bs all the time. Even getting ledge trapped. I like to hold shield at ledge against Rob, and it's actually pretty hard for him to consistently get off of the ledge from Bowser doing that. He's one of the characters that struggles with actually getting off the ledge against Bowser. So, yeah. I think this matchup is very competitive on both sides. They can both just expose each other. Rob Gyro, Rob down air, nasty. Bowser up B. Bowser fair in the matchup is really good because it swats Rob out of the air and it kind of does everything, you know? The move itself just, it combos, it kills, it edge guards. It's really good. So, yeah. I think they both have really annoying tools against each other that make the matchup really stressful on both ends, honestly. And like I said before, with the Gyro play, if it were optimized, I think you would see Bowser doing some insane stuff in this matchup that we haven't even seen yet. So I'll put it here. I think even is fine. I need to add a tier called the I have no idea tier, where I put random obscure mid-tier characters that nobody really plays, put them in that tier. But we don't have that tier, and I don't think that would make for good content. So we're going to place Toon Link. Honestly, having played this matchup, it can be pretty annoying. Even now, as I make this video, I don't quite know where to place this character. I don't think he really beats Bowser because it feels like Bowser lives really long against him. And his zoning is not quite as oppressive as Young Link's because it feels like it's not as fast and the frame data is not really there. So I think I'll put him along with Link in the even section. I would say his strengths in the matchup are similar to Link's strengths. He can invalidate down air with his disjointed, lingering up air, so that is annoying. So, again, exclusive to the Links, they have a lingering, disjointed up air, which beats down air, so you can't actually down air against these characters. Game & Watch has an up air that also beats down air, but it's not a lingering disjoint, it's a projectile. But yeah, these guys have that, so you can't down air for free against these guys, which can make disadvantage tricky sometimes. Young Link also is a zoner. Typically zoners are really annoying for heavies. You kind of have to play the game where you're trying to push advantage and get in on him, and he's just running and spamming projectiles and neutral air and fair and stuff like that. But we do have Flame. Flame invalidates all the projectiles, so you can't actually zone Bowser for free with projectiles because Flame just beats all of them. And like the other Links, his up B is very exploitable by F-tilt, Flame, you know the drill. And ledge trapping, same as the other Links. So yeah, I think it's even. The thing that puts Young Link above these other two Links is just Young Link's speed and frame data are just in a different world, in my opinion. So, and also his confirms off of arrows and boomerang and stuff like that. It just feels that his overall kit is just way more equipped to deal with Bowser than these two are. And I would say most people would agree that Young Link is the best Link, the highest one on the tier list. So yeah, it makes sense that he has the best shot against Bowser compared to these two, who are not bad characters by any means, but maybe a little lacking compared to Young Link. Just a little bit slower, projectile zoning is a little weaker, confirms are not as crazy, but they're still there. But yeah, I'd say overall this feels pretty even. It feels like we get zoned out and we get annoyed to death, but we can use Flame and our ledge trapping to counterplay it. We kill him pretty early, and we can also get in because, you know, we're Bowser, we're fast as hell, and we have forward air and things like that. So yeah, not a free matchup for either side. I think pretty even, pretty competitive. Okay, another personal favorite matchup of mine, a very common matchup you're going to encounter in tournaments, is Wolf. One of the best characters in the game. I think it's an even matchup. A lot of people have fought me about this. A lot of people think Wolf, like, destroys him. I do not, my brain cannot process how Wolf is supposed to beat Bowser. I'm sorry. As I said before, I've traveled the world playing this game. I have played people of many different skill sets, under many different circumstances. I don't see how Wolf beats Bowser. I don't see it. I see what Wolf has against Bowser. He has annoyingly safe aerials if he spaces them right. He has a really punishing combo game. He can 2-frame with down smash, and his laser is transcendent. So he has a lot of good things going for him against Bowser. The reason that I don't see him beating Bowser is because for all that he has, Bowser has a lot too. So I said if he spaces his aerials right, they should be safe. A lot of times, especially under tournament nerves and pressure, Wolf's not going to space his aerials right every single time. So you can upbeat Wolf a lot. If he's not frame perfect, computer-like accuracy with his aerials, he's going to get upbeat. It's going to happen. And more often than not, this does happen in tournament. Wolf lands unsafely with Nair or Fair or something, and he gets upbeat. Also, Bowser also has combos, up throw combos, Nair confirms, things that are really good at dealing with Wolf and dealing with anybody in the roster, which is why I think Bowser is a good character. And then finally, the biggest reason why I simply do not see Wolf winning this matchup, you guys all know what I'm going to talk about. Wolf's recovery. Wolf's recovery in a lot of matchups is quite literally a built-in win condition against Wolf. His recovery is so exploitable, so linear, and doesn't really go that far that it's just so free sometimes to bully this character off stage. whether it's F tilt or flame, or even down tilt sometimes, or run off fair, bullying this character's recovery is one of Bowser's biggest strengths in the matchup. Wolf should not make it back for free, ever. He's gonna get flamed, he's gonna get tilted, he's gonna get hit by something. And a lot of times, especially in those high pressure situations, Wolf just winds up dying. So, yeah, I think mostly because of that. On stage, it's very close, but off stage, Bowser just destroys him. And Wolf does not have the same ease dealing with an offstage Bowser as Bowser does dealing with an offstage Wolf. Because, yeah, you can 2-frame him with down smash, or you can hit him with F tilt, but it is nowhere near as easy to do that. The timing is way more strict for that than just sticking out Flame Breath or just spamming F tilt at the ledge, you know? So, yeah, I think just because of the ease that Bowser is able to edgeguard ledge trap this character, I think that single-handedly pushes this into the even territory. If Wolf had a better recovery, or a recovery that was harder to 2-frame, such as Falco's, I might say losing, but my brain can't wrap its mind. I can't wrap my mind around the idea of this being a losing matchup. I'm sorry. I'm willing to accept that I'm wrong about a lot of, and even this, I can say, okay, you know, I'm probably wrong, but I don't see it. I don't see Wolf. If anything, I see it being closer to winning for Bowser. In the past, I've had Wolf here in the +1 section, but yeah, it just feels very even. And if I had to give the edge to anybody, I'd honestly say Bowser. But feel free to disagree, of course. My opinions are not the final say and everything. I don't write the laws on Bowser matchups. From what I've played, from what I've seen, I think it's very even, or even slight Bowser. Okay, Villager. This is an interesting one. You know what's so interesting about this matchup is I feel that it is very close to even, but Villager has something called a bowling ball. So I think I'll put Villager reluctantly, painfully in -1. The reason for that is bowling ball. It's literally just bowling ball. Nothing else in the matchup is too bad to deal with. You can flame him, flame his side B, flame his forward air, back air. He's light, he dies easily, he gets ledge trapped. Although you can't 2-frame him at all, I don't think. F tilt works against him. And flame is kind of tricky to set up against him. But ledge trapping him is fine. One of those characters I just kind of hold shield against. But it's just his ledge trapping against you, or his edge guarding against you as Bowser, is so painful. And it's only because of bowling ball. Sometimes tree could be a nuisance as well, if he sets it up at the ledge pretty good. But man, Bowser having to recover against bowling ball, maybe there's something I don't know. Maybe you can hug the wall or use shell armor or something like that to maneuver around the bowling ball. But it's just pain. It's really just, it's that one interaction that I think puts this in the losing tier. Maybe even, or -0.5. It probably would be like -0.5, honestly, if I had to, again, do the in-between nonsense with the tiers. But yeah, bowling ball and just being a zoner that can annoy you to death and set up at the ledge and do all that. He can bully your recovery pretty good, honestly. So I think that alone probably gives Villager a bit of an edge. And I say this with pain in my heart because I don't want us to lose to Villager. I don't think Villager is that good. I think he's probably a true mid. Probably straight up, yeah, just true mid tier. And yeah, it's pain. But unfortunately, because of the strong tools Villager has against Bowser's recovery, I think it's not a great matchup. But if a Bowser player wants to argue with me, say, Leon, this is wrong, you definitely beat Villager, I'll be like, yes, King, you know, you got it. Please change my mind, because it's only bowling ball. It's literally only bowling ball. I could see even, though. This is honestly interchangeable with even and -1, this matchup. Mega Man. Okay, -1. Bowser has some strength in the matchup. The biggest strength probably is being able to tough guy through grounded pellets. So grounded pellets do not do anything to Bowser except small chip damage. Airborne pellets do knock back to Bowser though, so a lot of times the Mega Man player in the matchup will use airborne pellets instead of the grounded ones. But yeah, Tough Guy just eats through it. Flame is also good against his Metal Blade, his Crash Bomber, his pellets, and that's it, yeah. Flame beats those. Flame does not beat his up air, Flame does not beat his down air, Flame does not beat his forward smash, and it does not beat his leaf shield. So all those other projectiles are transcendent, or I forgot if up air, down air are transcendent, but even if they're not, I mean, you're not going to use Flame to counter them. So he's able to really bully you with his projectile barrage, honestly. If you are on a platform against Mega Man, his sharking is really good because he can just up air over and over again, puts on a lot of shield pressure or shield pokes, hits you, you're in disadvantage now, you're in a juggle situation, it's not good. So there's that. Getting in on him can be tricky because he's just zoning you out constantly. A good Mega Man will be using Leaf Shield against Bowser a lot. Back air is good against Bowser. Forward air. And if you have to recover, this character can bully you pretty hard. His down air, I feel like a lot of Bowser players probably, if not every Bowser player, has been playing this matchup and just got absolutely wrecked by a Mega Man down air because it's pretty easy to hit Bowser with it. It's a projectile down air that spikes, so it's rough. Also, run-off back air against his recovery is pretty good, so Mega Man can bully Bowser's recovery really well. So yeah, I think it's a bad matchup. I don't think it's 0.5 or anything, I think it's just solid -1. Being able to tough guy and use flames on some of his projectiles, though, does help. Being able to sort of bully his recovery with flame and F-tilt helps as well. Mega Man's not really that light, so it's not like you're going to really kill him that early, but you could survive against him for a long time at least. But yeah, overall, I would say zoners are typically a hard archetype for Bowser to deal with. Mega Man is, in my opinion, a very underrated zoner. I think this character is very good, and in the right hands can make it really far in a big bracket. I don't know why we don't see more Mega Man. I think he's pretty good. But yeah, in this matchup in particular, he's good at walling out, he's good at oppressing with his projectile and aerials, his projectile and aerial game. And when you're off stage, it's really hard to get back sometimes just because of his tools. Ledge Trump is also really good against Bowser, Ledge Trump back air. Yeah, he has a lot going for him, honestly. So I would say just a solid -1. No in-betweens, no nonsense. Mega Man just honestly just kicks our butt. Sorry, Bowser players. This is a hard matchup. Alright, let's get in shape. We got the Wii Fit Trainer. The Wii Fit Trainer. I think it's an even matchup. I've had endless debates about this with some Wii Fit players. Some Bowser players probably even disagree with me. This is my matchup chart. You don't have to agree. You can leave in the comments what you think or whatever. I'll probably read it. But I'm not really going to fight over matchups. This is what I think. And I think, honestly, Bowser does fine in this matchup. I think it's one of those explosive matchups where both characters have a lot of good tools against the other, so it makes it hard. So on the Wii Fit side, Wii Fit has a Charge Shot, which universally Charge Shot is annoying for Bowser because Charge Shot neutral forces you to kind of come in, and I mean, Bowser's always on the aggressive because he's always the aggressor because just the nature of the character, he kind of has to hold forward. But with the Charge Shot neutral, you can kind of mix up and anticipate Bowser's jump-ins and things like that, or sometimes you can just let the Charge Shot rip. It's a little tricky, so... And then Charge Shot is transcendent too, so it's a pain because Flame doesn't beat it. So there's that. Offstage can be tricky because Wii Fit has 2 spikes, which are very deadly. Wii Fit's combo game at low percents is scary. And then Deep Breathing kinda is really scary. Deep Breathing, even though Bowser's the heaviest character in the game, Deep Breathing kinda doesn't care about that a lot of times. So deep breathing will just kill you at some crazy percent, despite the fact that you're the heaviest character in the game. Deep breathing does not discriminate. Sometimes you just die against this character. So that's the Wii Fit side. It can be hard to recover. Sometimes you just die, the combos are good, and charge shot is annoying. On the Bowser side, we have range speed, yada yada yada. I think Bowser ledge trapped this character really, really hard. If you hold shield at ledge against Wii Fit, it's really hard for Wii Fit. What is Wii Fit supposed to do? Jump up and do a projectile? Fine, but they're always forced to regrab if they do that. So if you can play around that, you should be able to punish them. A lot of Wii Fits like to roll, and Wii Fit's roll is very punishable, as are most rolls in the game. Yeah, getting off the ledge as Wii Fit against Bowser is really hard sometimes. On top of that, small charge shot is not transcendent, so it's not very good against Bowser sometimes. And Flame hits Soccer Ball right back at Wii Fit. So if you're setting up at the ledge with Flame, and the Wii Fit player tries to hit you with a Soccer Ball, you just flame the Soccer Ball and it hits them. And I've had times where I've gotten that, and the Wii Fit was at high enough percent where the Soccer Ball actually killed them. So, yeah. It's hard to actually use Soccer Ball in this matchup as Wii Fit consistently because Flame just hits it right back. So it kind of stops Wii Fit before she gets started if the Bowser places it right. So between the ledge trapping and the counterplay to Wii Fit's projectiles, and also Bowser having a mechanic similar to deep breathing of his own, I call it being Bowser, where he can just kill you sometimes. I feel that makes this matchup very explosive, very volatile. It could swing either way. I think both characters have a strong advantage on each other, and where they really shine in the matchup, they kind of just explode each other. So yeah, I've always felt that it was even. Despite Wii Fit being a zoner, I feel like Bowser is capable of dealing with her zoning a bit better than, say, Samus or Mega Man or something like that. So I think even is a fine spot for this. Rosalina and Luma. Honestly, another matchup I have flip-flopped back and forth about between even and winning. The more time goes on, I think this matchup is actually winning for Bowser. And the reason that I think this is because basically Bowser's counterplay against Luma is very, very strong. Bowser, it's like the Ice Climbers where Bowser's destructive hitboxes that do a lot of damage, like Flame and Up B and Side B, are really, really good at dealing with Luma. So Luma is dying very consistently, flying off the stage really early. Flame does really good chip damage to Luma in neutral. So yeah, dealing with Luma as Bowser kind of handles Luma. And then the fundamental weakness of Rosalina is being tall and light. I think being tall and light in this game can be tricky because you have the disadvantage of getting hit by a lot of things and also dying to those things very early. So things like neutral air combos on her are very good. Falling up air even works on her more than it does against a lot of the cast just because she's so tall. I don't really use falling up air, but there's certainly Bowsers out there that make better use of it than I do. So yeah. Rosa, it's not free, it's not a +2. Again, one of the closer to even matchups. I think the thing that keeps it from being even, though, is just Bowser's insane counterplay to Luma. He's just so good at dealing with her. But what she does have in the matchup, she has a good combo game, which everybody has it against Bowser. I mean, every character can combo Bowser. But she also has good edge guarding against Bowser. So, down airs or back airs off stage, things like that, are pretty good against Bowser. Another thing is Tough Guy actually doesn't work against Luma jab. So if Rosa and Luma are jabbing Bowser at the same time, Tough Guy is not a factor. At least not in later percents. I don't know how it works at, say, 0, but I'm pretty sure I've played DeBuzz, and he's been able to rapid jab me. So, yeah, Tough Guy is not as much of a factor in this matchup, which is very good in Rosa's favor. Being able to zone out with side B is okay. You can kind of get Bowser off of you. But overall, I say being able to handle Luma the way Bowser does, Rosa being so light and easy to ledge trap and 2-frame and things like that, I think that it's slight Bowser. I think it's probably, again, closer to even. I could see an argument for even. I could see it being up here, possibly. But I think Bowser does fine against this character. And plus, there's not really many Rosas, so it's hard to really, truly say. I played Dabuz a lot, though. Even though Dabuz fully capable of destroying me, I still think the matchup is slightly Bowser favor, just because, again, just the Luma counterplay. It's Little Mac. I'm sorry, Mac, but you're another +2 matchup. You are one of the few +2 matchups that Bowser has. And, I mean, is it not obvious? Bowser's strengths in this matchup are so good. He lives really long, he hits really hard, he's really good at smacking Mac off stage, which is Mac's least favorite place. And then when he is off stage, Flame Breath, F-Tilt, Forward Air, oh my god, how... If you put a task computer in this matchup playing as Bowser and Mac had to recover against it every Mac just shouldn't ever make it back because your 2-framing is just so strong. Flame is just so hard to deal with. It is not fun for Mac in this matchup. And Mac just being one of the worst characters in the game, Bowser does better character him a lot of the time. He's just stronger, faster, recovery is better. His confirms are easier. He has a command grab that kills him pretty early. Little Mac's also fairly light too, you have to remember, so he dies pretty early. So yeah, I just think that Little Mac is just not good enough to even be in a +1 tier or even close to even. I think Bowser just destroys him. Mac has some things going for him, you know, his shield pressure is very good. He can confirm Bowser into KO punch pretty easily because Bowser is a super heavy. And his frame data on the ground on stage is pretty good. So Mac has that going, so if you're sleeping or if you're playing a really good Little Mac, they can definitely give you the hands. Little Mac can definitely smack you up. But that goes for any character in the cast, you know, any character piloted by a proficient player can beat pretty much anybody playing anybody, you know? I'm not going to comment on that for super top level, so the MK Leos and Tweaks and stuff, like, I don't really see a Little Mac beating them, but across all other levels of play, you can't really sleep on Mac because, look, if somebody's playing Little Mac in a tournament and they've made it decently far, that person is not to be slept on because that person has been in the lab with Mac. They have seen every recovery situation with Mac. They've played all these matches with Mac. So, yeah. In fact, I would be scared if a Ganon or a Mac or who else is low tier? Doc. If one of those characters made it to me far in bracket, I'd be crapping. I'd be like, oh my god. This player probably knows what's up. So you can't ever underestimate the low tiers, honestly. Especially since Mac, he does have the frame data, he has some speed, he has some of the best set of smash attacks in the game. So yeah, not to be entirely underestimated, but Bowser's kit should work well enough to where you should be beating this character more often than not. Greninja. So, jumping back up to the bad matchup section, this is a bad matchup. I think it's actually, personally, one of Bowser's worst. I think it's interchangeable with Pikachu for being Bowser's worst matchup. I think both characters have pretty much everything you need to beat Bowser. So what makes it so bad is Greninja's zoning with his neutral B is really annoying, because even though Flame beats the small one, it does serve as kind of a charge shot, sort of, so once it's bigger, you can't beat it with Flame, so you have to maneuver around it constantly. So that's already a problem. Greninja's juggle game is insane. It's kind of like Pikachu, where he can grab you or get a good hit on you, and he can just do 1,000,000%, and there's not really much you can do. It's really hard to land against him, really hard to get at a disadvantage. The juggles with up air are insane. So yeah, landing is really hard in this matchup. Getting back to the ground is difficult. Neutral is difficult. Greninja is very fast and elusive and hard to actually get your hands on, so it's hard to catch him, much like Pikachu. He can easily kind of get in, do some damage, get out, kind of weave in and out, and just make it really hard for you to actually hit him. So this character is really good at just being evasive and putting out a lot of damage, which makes it really hard. The frame data, the speed, the combo game is so rough against Bowser. And then the offstage game, Greninja has so much stuff he can do to Bowser offstage. He can counter his up B and then do the downwards thing where he comes back with his counter. So he can spike you as you're trying to recover by countering you, which is insane. It's really, really difficult to recover. He can hydro pump your recovery, so much like Mario's Flood, he can just totally mess up your angle and your trajectory, and you're just a sitting duck now because you're in free fall. Greninja hydro pumped you so he can smash attack you or even do it again. So yeah, recovering really hard in this matchup. There's not much good we have going for us. All the cons I've listed just make it really overwhelming to fight against this character. The few good things we do have, we have 2 framing on him, which is pretty good. We can kill him fairly early if you can actually hit him. But that's really it. You could tough guy rapid jab, sure, but Greninja does have a gentleman jab, so he can negate that. So there's not really much we have going on against this character. He just honestly just overwhelms us and just invalidates all of our strengths. He's really good at getting in, punishing us, keeping us in disadvantage, messing with our recovery. Yeah, and he doesn't struggle to kill either, despite being light, just because of how good he is at bullying your recovery. And his smash attacks are fairly strong too, so yeah, no struggles to kill from the Greninja side. So I would say worst matchup for Bowser with Pikachu, alongside Pikachu. I think they're pretty interchangeable for being his worst matchup. So this is a matchup I have a lot of experience in. I used to train with one of my friends who used to play Palu all the time. Early meta Smash Ultimate, Tri-State was full of Palus. We had Nairo, we had Gen, we had Frozen, we had Gons, we had Palus everywhere. So there was no shortage of Palu practice. I put this in the -1 section. This is definitely a bad matchup. There's no question in my brain, or anybody's brain, that Palu beats Bowser. Because basically her Nair, you know, we all know what that does. You Nair Bowser once, you're going to get 2-3 more Nairs, or follow up with a back air or something. So yeah, you're taking a lot of damage off of one hit. Funny enough, you can tough guy Nair at 0. From 0 to maybe 2%, you can tough guy Nair. So it actually, that, as useless as that sounds, it does help in some weird niche interactions. I've forward aired through Nair at those percents, or even up bead really quickly. It seems useless, and a lot of times it is, but occasionally tough guying Palu Nair at 0 does have benefits. Sometimes it can kind of get you out of stuff, but it's not. It's really weird that that's even a thing in the matchup, because it's so irrelevant until it's not for one little interaction in the game. So it's weird, but yeah, but basically Nair destroys Bowser. Pre-patch Palu Fair used to be really hard to punish on shield. Luckily they nerfed it, so the benefit of the matchup as Bowser, if she does land unsafely with a Nair or a forward air, back air, whatever, you can punish that out of shield pretty efficiently. So the way that I've come to fight Palu is I'll kind of shield Nair, wait for her to land, and then I'll either grab her or up B her, depending on how close she is and how I've conditioned them. So if I've been up B'ing them over and over, they think I'm going to up B, so they hold shield, well, that's a free grab. Same thing if I've been grabbing them and they land with Nair and they spot dodge or something because they think I'm going to grab, so I just up B. But most of the time you can just up B if they land unsafely with an aerial. So that's good in the matchup. But yeah, it's still, her aerials are super punishing against Bowser. Another thing is recovering against her can be really hard sometimes. She has a drop down counter, which is not as strong as some other ones, but it still works. She can drop down Nair. She can down tilt 2-frame you, which I think sets up for a really interesting interaction at ledge, because she can down tilt 2-frame you, but she has to time it right, which can be tricky. If she misses the timing and tries to spam it again or something, you can actually jump side B or get up attack on her down tilt to punish her for down tilting. So it is it's a pretty nuanced matchup. Even though Palu is a really common character, there's a lot that goes into this matchup. She does die to Bowser's side on battlefields, small battlefields, etc. So yeah, there's a lot to this matchup. It's not as cut and dry as Palu just beats Bowser. It's definitely not a -2, and I think the Palu players would agree, because Bowser's advantage and counterplay in this matchup is actually pretty relevant. You can, as Palu, you can lose to a really good Bowser who knows the matchup really well. It's not as oppressive as the -2 tier, or even some of the -1s on this list. Palu, there is counterplay, so if you know what you're doing, this matchup is not terrible. Might even be an in-between matchup, but I think it's a solid losing just because of how strong her combo game is and her offstage game is against Bowser. But still, we could 2-frame her, we could ledge trap her, we could do a lot of damage to her, and like I said, the niche counterplay and knowing your win conditions in the matchup definitely helps. Okay, another matchup that people have argued with me endlessly, and a lot of people disagree with me, but it is what it is. Pac Man, I think Bowser beats Pac Man. I think it's a solid +1, maybe 0.5 Bowser favor. Actually, probably 0.5 Bowser favor. But yeah, I've always thought that Bowser wins. So I've said in the past, I've talked about this maybe in this video, I forgot, but definitely on stream and definitely off stream. Some top reps of characters get a little biased towards matchups, and they think that they win matchups with their character, that their character doesn't actually win, but because they're so built different and they're so good, to them it feels like a winning matchup, but in actuality it's not. So I've seen top reps of some characters make matchup charts, and they make it so that their mid or high tier only has like 4 or 5 losing matchups or something like that, and it's like, okay, that's not true. You're just really good at the game, so you perceive matchups differently, and it's hard to find players of these characters that are actually good enough to give you a challenge. And I think it's possible that that is me with the Pac Man matchup. I feel like maybe I'm a bit biased because I am very good at this matchup. I've actually yet to lose to a Pac Man offline at all, and I've played every good Pac Man. I've played T, I've played Senji a million times, I've played Midi. I did lose a set to T, but I won the tournament. So in my book, that still counts as a W. So I've basically yet to actually lose to a Pac Man, aside from the one set against T, but again, I won the tournament. So maybe I do have a bit of that bias, maybe because I am so good at the matchup and I'm a top Bowser player, maybe I see it differently, and maybe it actually is a bad matchup, maybe it is even, but I just don't see how Pac Man's supposed to beat Bowser because of the counterplay Bowser has in the matchup. Bowser's hydrant control is actually probably, I think it is actually better than Pac Man's hydrant control. When Pac Man throws down a hydrant, he has to hit it a couple of times to actually get it to start moving, to get it to use as a projectile. Bowser, fresh F-tilt, just, it one-shots hydrant. So a lot of the times, you have more control over hydrant than Pac Man does. If Pac Man hits it once, or you even hit it twice, so if Pac Man hits it with like a forward air or something like that, and you hit it with back air or a tilt or something, you have way more hydrant control than Pac Man does. You can control hydrant really, really well as Bowser. So much so that, as I said, I think Bowser has more control of hydrant than Pac Man. You could even up smash it as Pac Man throws it down to get control of it. It's pretty crazy. So there's that. I think being able to use Pac Man's items against him, I think Bowser is really good at this. If you hit Pac Man with Bell, you're just gonna kill him, probably. I've done setups where I've Z-dropped items into aerials or grabs or something like that. It's just insane. The counterplay that you can have with his items. It's the same as Rob, where I said there's a world of counterplay with Gyro. There's the same thing with Pac Man. I don't even think it's close to optimized, the things that Bowser can do with Pac Man's fruit. So it's pretty crazy. There's that. So the hydrant, the fruit, and also Pac Man recovering against Bowser is actually hard because you can just stick out flame and it just beats the majority of what Pac Man does. I think Pac Man's only option against flame is to hug the wall super tight, and I think he can get around it by doing that. But outside of that, If you have to use trampoline, Bowser's going to hit you for free. If you side B to the ledge from anything aside from hugging the wall, Bowser's going to hit you with flame. So, yeah, a lot of rough stuff in this matchup. Pac Man's combo game is very good on Bowser. Pac Man has good confirms with Bell that are good against Bowser. So it's not free by any means. Pac Man puts up a good fight, and he can really stick it to Bowser just with his kill power, his combos, his explosiveness, and his war of attrition kind of style where he sits back and charges and sets up. Could be really annoying for Bowser, honestly. But I just think the control that Bowser has, being able to use Pac-Man's specials against him, yeah, it just seems very favorable for Bowser. But like I said in the beginning, sometimes the top reps have a hard time seeing what's actually really bad about the matchup because we're, you know, better than average at the matchup. So we think that matchups that are actually bad are better than they are. I've seen it sometimes. I've seen it in other people's matchup charts where I've looked at it and I said, okay, you definitely don't win that matchup, but you're really good at the characters, so you might think you win the matchup. If it sounds confusing, I definitely could elaborate it more on stream. Basically, my point that I'm trying to make is some people are built differently, and bad matchups are not as bad to certain players. And I think the Pac-Man matchup, to me, might be that. I think I might be a bit better at fighting Pac-Man than other Bowsers. Because I've seen other Bowsers put this as losing or even, and I've always thought that it was winning. So, I don't know. But yeah, sorry, I know that was confusing, but those are my thoughts on the Pac matchup. Robin. Why is this character in this game? I can't wait until the next version of Smash Bros. Where Robin gets cut out of the game. But for now, we have to deal with it. This is a -1 for Bowser. The matchup's just super annoying. You can't really jump against Robin because Robin's aerials are so good at stuffing out your jump. But you also, on the ground, the projectile barrage is really annoying. Robin is really good, really good at putting on shield pressure. Side B being a multi-hit that lingers. Neutral B being able to be used as a charge shot or a multi-hit type projectile. Robin having a command grab. The shield pressure Robin puts on against Bowser is insane. So it's hard to sit and shield like I like to do. And then jumping is hard because Robin's aerials are huge and really powerful and really good at just swatting you out of the air before you can even get in. So, yeah. It's tough. It's just really tough to approach this character. And you have to because you're Bowser. You get ledge trapped really hard by side B from Robin. Robin can literally just sit there and spam side B to the point where, what do you do? What are you really supposed to do? I guess you can wait it out if they space it wrong. You can roll, but rolling as Bowser is really bad. So yeah, I think it's a solid -1. No 0.5 shenanigans, just -1. The only good things we have are you can kind of ledge trap Robin, sort of, a little bit. Robin does have a command grab and annoying projectiles, so it's hard to consistently ledge trap them. But you can make it happen. Recovery is not the best. You can hit it sometimes. Also, Robin is not really a good character. Robin is closer to being bad than being good. And Bowser, I would say, is closer to being good than being bad. So the better character syndrome kind of sets in where Bowser is better than Robin. But Robin has Bowser's number in this matchup. Easy. So it is really annoying. Solid -1. I personally can't wait till the next Smash game. Because guess what, Robin? You're going home. If Robin's in the next game, I'd be really surprised because they're definitely going to downsize the roster. Well, I can't say that with certainty, but I think that they would downsize the roster. I don't know. I just have a personal hate towards Robin. I'm sorry to the Robin players. I'm sure you guys are cool people. But, you know, we all have characters that grind our gears a bit. Robin's definitely that character for me. I actually don't think I've ever beaten this character offline. Yeah, I don't think I've ever beat a Robin in tournament. But to be fair, the only one I've really played is Jewel, and Jewel is 3-0 on me. So, yeah, definitely a hard matchup. Really difficult, really tricky. Yeah. So next we have the Monado Boy. Another one of those weird matchups, and Shulk is a bit more of an obscure character. I think it's even, though. I think both characters have really annoying situations they can set up against each other, where they can kind of just destroy the other. For Shulk, that's basically when Bowser's off stage, you can bully him with up B. Smash Monado lets you kill Bowser ridiculously early compared to most of the cast. And Shulk can up B, smash, what am I saying? He can shield Monado out of Bowser up B. So, yeah, you've all seen that happen, I'm sure. It's really annoying, really degenerate. And it's one of the more tricky parts of the matchup. So if you're Bowser, you have to be careful because you can up B and Shulk can just break out of it and punish you. So the best times to up B really are when he's out of shield Monado, so he can't use it anymore. Or when you have an advantage and you just want to rack up damage and you're okay eating a punish from Shulk. As long as you're not in kill percent, of course. So yeah, there's times to use up B in the matchup as Bowser, but it is really annoying. Other than that, Bowser is really good at bullying this character's recovery. You can kill him pretty early. He can survive his Smash Monado shenanigans longer than others. And yeah, in neutral, Shulk has really long hitboxes that make it hard to actually get in on him. But I think because of Bowser's speed and range, he doesn't struggle here as much as some other characters would. So yeah, all things considered, I think it's just a very truly even matchup. I hesitate to say that it leans towards one or the other because I think both have pretty explosive counterplay to each other. But yeah, it could be really annoying on both sides, I will be honest. And I have lost to Kome, Hero the Bowser has lost to Kome. So at the top, the Bowsers don't really have an answer to this right now. I did beat Nico though, so yeah. It's a really weird, really rough matchup. Really explosive, can swing at the drop of a hat. But overall, I'd say pretty even. So moving on, we have my child, Bowser Jr. I've had a lot of discussion about this matchup. My thoughts have changed a lot in the past. I think it's even. I think it's a solid even matchup. I used to think Bowser lost the matchup, but there's just too much good things going on for Bowser for me to really say that. Too many good things. So what Bowser has going is he's really good at dealing with Junior side B, either sticking out Flame or after Junior tries to cancel it and get an aerial or something, Bowser can just easily just punish him for that. Like I said, Flame is really good against it. And yeah, it just feels like Junior's punish windows where he pulls a Mecha Koopa or tries to use the dumb cannon or things like that. Bowser's really good at just getting in there really quickly. I think Mecha Koopa is a frame 60 move or something. So if he uses it against Bowser with Bowser's run speed, he should just a lot of times be able to just punish him for using it. So yeah, I think Bowser's speed and range in this matchup really help a lot. Junior's combo game is extremely deadly on Bowser though, because if you get grabbed or if you get hit with side B, you're going for a ride. You're going to take a million up airs. The home improvement combos with the... Oh, actually they were home improvement in Smash 4 with the hammer, but now he uses a wand. But the wand combos, yeah, just crazy damage. Very high damage output character, very explosive character. Junior can hit you with some up B shenanigans or a back air or something, and those hit really hard. Sometimes you can just die. Also, getting on stage against this character, not so much recovering against Junior, but getting off the ledge can be really tricky because of Junior's F smash lingering so long and being this kind of situation, kind of like Dedede Gordo, where you have to guess right or you just die. So yeah, I think it's a tricky matchup. But if the Bowser is patient and punishes Junior's side Bs really well, then I think the matchup's pretty even. I think they could both just explode on each other, honestly. Even though Junior is a bit heavier and a bit harder to kill, he can still just get bodied by Bowser, like any character can, really. But he's not dying early by any means because he is on the heavier side. Although him taking extra damage outside of the clown cart is just a universally terrible mechanic for Junior. So that does help in the matchup. But yeah, overall, these characters are really explosive, really fun to watch, in my opinion. more so Junior than Bowser. And yeah, it just feels like a really even matchup. Duck Hunt. Another one of those matchups Bowser players cannot seem to agree on. Duck Hunt, probably even. I say even because Duck Hunt's really light and honestly not really that great of a character, so you can kind of just kill him sometimes. You can kind of just run him down, and doesn't really have too many get off me options. He has his Nair, which is okay, but when you're in on Duck Hunt, you're doing a lot of damage, and Duck Hunt's scrambling to get at a disadvantage. So yeah, I do think the projectile game though is what keeps it from being a winning matchup for Bowser, because Duck Hunt's projectiles are really annoying. If he hits you with a clay pigeon, which is the side B frisbee thing, he can hit you with like 2 more or something to that nature. So he can string a few clay pigeons on you, and it's not fun to be stuck in that. So there's that. Gunman is good for setting up. It's almost kind of similar to Zelda Phantom, where it conditions you to sort of act a certain way, and you have to play around it all the time, and it's advantage Duck Hunt because you're on your toes, you're trying to avoid this gunman thing, and so you throw out a shield, or you try to jump, and Duck Hunt can anticipate that and punish you for it. And then Can is just really annoying to deal with, honestly. So it's a matchup where, honestly, I think both characters can really just bully each other. Like I said, Bowser being able to get in really easily with his speed and his advantage against Duck Hunt struggling to get Bowser off him and even land against Bowser sometimes is really bad for Duck Hunt. But Duck Hunt's projectile barrage and his confirms, yeah, it's tricky. It really is. Duck Hunt's recovery, not the best either, so Bowser is good at kind of whacking it or setting up a flame, things like that. Duck Hunt doesn't do particularly well against Bowser recovering, but he can definitely get out there with an aerial and make your life hard. So yeah, it's tricky on both ends. I think it's closer to true even than leaning in any direction. I don't think Duck Hunt is that good of a character. I think Bowser is definitely a better character. So yeah, better character syndrome once again. But Duck Hunt is not to be slept on because this character has confirms, this character has zonings, this character has a lot of annoying stuff that can really ruin your day as a super heavy main. But if you play the matchup right, you're patient, you live long, you kill early, I think we can deal with Duck Hunt pretty well. So next, I'll just cover the Shotos in one section because they are somewhat similar, and I'm going to rank them very similarly just based on feel. I think Ryu and Ken are both even matchups. This is another matchup where I do have a pretty decent amount of experience in this matchup. Not as much as I'd like, not as much as, say, Palu or Wolf, because those characters are more common. But I've played a good deal of both, online and offline. So for Ryu, I'm not entirely sure of the main differences for Ryu, from Ryu to Ken, but I think where Bowser beats them, or does well against them anyways, is pretty much the same. Bowser can invalidate down B, which is their focus attack, if he's smart about it, because Bowser has a lot of multi-hits. He has Flame, he has up B, he has Neutral Air, so his multi-hit moves are good for getting through that, but he can also just wind up losing out to those because if they do it very smart and they get through a fair or back air or something like that, then yeah, focus can work. But sometimes focus just doesn't work. So another kind of sort of coin flip situation where focus can be good in the matchup, but sometimes it's not. But sometimes it is. So there's that. I also feel like bullying their recovery is really effective against them because if you set up with Flame as they're trying to up B, you force them to reset over and over again. And sometimes you can get in there with a 2-frame to swat them away. But it's a little hard because their up B trades with Bowser F-tilt. Or it just beats it sometimes. So, yeah. Ledge trapping, edge guarding them is possible, but it's tricky. As far as neutral goes on stage, Bowser can kind of just jump in and The Shotos, I feel as though there's not really much that they can do. They could, because their up close boxing is really, really good. But Bowser kind of just outranges them, and he has all the multi-hits and everything, and he kills a bit easier than they do. So yeah, but it's sort of Luigi-esque, where if the Shoto starts hitting you, they just keep hitting you, you know what I'm saying? So when they start one combo, you're just taking so much damage from that, and sometimes just dying from it. So yeah, they definitely have that explosiveness. But I think the fact that Bowser can cleverly, if done right, mess with their recovery really hard, can sometimes invalidate focus, and can kill them just as easy, if not easier, than they can kill him. I think it's even. See, I played Vendetta at the World Tour, and he kind of bopped me, but I also played Andres at Temple, and I bopped him. So I really feel that it's an experience kind of thing. I feel it's a matchup that can go any which ways, honestly. And yeah, it just feels like a very, very explosive matchup, to be honest. I do think that there is improvements to be made. For instance, when I played against Vendetta, I wasn't really thinking. I was just kind of, when I was up close to him, I kept trying to side B when I was getting hit, but it was not working. And in all 3 games, I repeated this situation instead of doing anything different. So I kind of turned my brain off there. So there's improvements to be made there. And against Andres, when I played him, it just feels like he'd never played a Bowser at that level, so he didn't really know what to do in the matchup. So I think that for Andres, there's improvements to be made on his side to bring our sets closer, and same with me and Vendetta. Like, I think both of those sets could easily have gone to Game 5 with a little more knowledge and experience, and a little more adaptation from my part against Vendetta specifically. But yeah, all things considered, I think Shotos are a very even matchup. Probably true even. I don't see any character really having an edge on the other. Although Bowser is faster, kills easier, and does have more range, I just think that because the Shotos can combo him so well and kind of explode him, it's not winning for him. Although, to be fair, they can't really do anything to Bowser's recovery, whereas Bowser can bully their recovery pretty well. So, yeah. But overall, I would say probably just true even matchup. Okay, Cloud Strife. I've talked to a lot of Bowser players, a lot of Cloud players about this. It is almost universally agreed that Bowser beats Cloud. Occasionally people say, well, how's Bowser supposed to beat Cloud? Cloud's sword is so long. Okay, listen. Yes, Cloud's sword is long, and he has good kill power, good spacing, all that. But Bowser has all the same things. Bowser's hands are long, his claws are long. Forward air is a crazy move. So Bowser has no shortage of range himself, and power. Bowser, more often than not, is going to kill Cloud earlier than Cloud's going to kill him, although Cloud does not struggle to kill Bowser whatsoever. I think the thing that really solidifies this matchup as a +1 for Bowser, though, is you guys know what's coming. Straight up the offstage game. It is so free sometimes for Bowser to just hit Cloud as he's trying to recover, with Cloud's extremely, extremely linear telegraphed recovery. You just stick out Flame, you stick out the F tilt or the down tilt, whatever you got. It's gonna hit Cloud as long as you're in position for it. So, yeah, overall I would say just the difficulty Cloud has in recovery. Because honestly, on stage is actually very even. Cloud has the range, he has the power, he has the speed, he has the annoying projectile. He has enough on stage to keep it very competitive. To the point where I'd even say Cloud possibly, maybe, it's like even or winning for Cloud on stage. But off stage, it's all Bowser. And I think it's sort of similar to Lucina against Bowser, where the on-stage is close, but the off-stage really determines the matchup, in my opinion. So in the case of Bowser-Lucina, Bowser loses because of the off-stage. In the case of Bowser-Cloud, I think Bowser wins because of the off-stage, just because of how difficult it really is to consistently recover against Bowser. Sure, the Bowser might mess up here and there. They might be out of range, or they might flub their 2-frame or whatever, but more often than not, the Bowser is just going to hit you for free because, yeah, it's just the nature of the matchup. Cloud having to recover against Bowser is really tough because Flame is just so free. So, yeah, I think solid win for Bowser. Solid +1, maybe 0.5, but yeah, winning nonetheless. Corrin. Not much for me to say about this character. I think it's a win for Bowser. I think that Corrin's really obscure. There's not many Corrin players out there. I actually can't lie. I don't really have too much experience in this matchup at all. I think the only time I've ever played Corrin in bracket was when I played one game against Cosmos Corrin offline. So, yeah, not much experience on my part. I just feel that Bowser is a better character. He should be doing better than Corrin, generally. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I've always put this in the +1 section. Corrin does have good range, good juggle capability, destructive counter, which can probably hurt our up B. Corrin definitely has some pros in this matchup. I just feel like Bowser's a better character, kills her very well, also has the range, also has the power. But at the same time, you can't really contest Corrin's recovery that easy as Bowser. Her up B just kind of goes through a lot of stuff, right? So, I don't know. Very mysterious matchup to me. I will leave it here in the winning just because I've never struggled in this matchup, but I've never really played this matchup either, so who knows. This is one where I'm willing to shift my opinion based on new information. I know Hero the Bowser recently got 3-0'd by a Corrin offline, so maybe there's something crazy in this matchup that I don't see. But just because one player lost a matchup doesn't necessarily mean that it's a bad matchup or anything, but a 3-0 on a top Bowser is pretty commanding, you know? So, I don't know. I really don't know. I'm willing to change my opinion on this at some point, because the more I think about it, the more it does seem Corrin does have some good pros in the matchup. I just always saw Bowser as a better character who doesn't really struggle to kill her, can get in on her fairly easily, is not really worried about her projectile. So yeah, I've always seen that we've had that going for us, but the more I think about it, the more I realize that this is one of the few matchups in the game where I really don't think I have enough experience to make a solid call. So this video is entirely my opinions. I'm not 100% right or wrong about anything here, but this is one where I could definitely accept somebody telling me I'm totally wrong, honestly. It just has always felt that we've done good against her. In the friendlies I've played, and the Wi-Fi that I've played, although Wi-Fi doesn't really tell the story at all. But, yeah, I'll leave it here for now, but I would love to get more experience in this matchup against whoever the hell the best Corrins are. Okay, Bayonetta. So in Smash 4, this matchup was a nightmare. This matchup was definitely up here in Smash 4. I think it's even. Early meta, I used to think Bowser won, but my views have changed. I think the biggest thing is, it's almost like the Shiek matchup. It's actually very similar, where Bayo is really, really good at racking up damage and just oppressing you really hard, right? So you spend most of the match in disadvantage against a good Bayo because you're just getting up B, side B, up aired, whatever. They're just stringing together moves on you left and right. It's hard to get out of disadvantage. But it's hard for them to kill you. So you're going to live to ridiculous percents against Bayo, and you're going to be able to kill her in 3 interactions. So overall, it is one of those matchups. It's another one of those matchups where you get oppressed. As Bowser, you get oppressed the whole game, but once you find your openings, you just win. So yeah, it's up to the Bayo to make sure you don't get those openings and that they can seal out stocks with Witch Time or an Edge Guard or something like that. And then your job as Bowser is to make sure that you play around those things by timing your recovery and anticipating Witch Time so that you can kill Bayo really early. There is definitely counterplay on both sides in this matchup. I think based on that, I think it's very close to being a true even, honestly. It might just be true even. I think both these characters can really mess each other up. I think it's a little more technical from the Bayo side because the combos and the confirms need to be on point. But if played to perfection from both sides, I think that it will wind up being a very close battle. As Bowser, of course, your SDI needs to be on point. And a lot of people I've seen don't really know how to SDI as well as you should. Somebody once told me about the Bayo matchup, you need to be able to hear your SDI in the controller. And that is definitely true. I see the difference when I SDI Bayo combos from when I'm super try-hard SDIing to when I'm not really putting as much into it as I can. It really does make a difference. As Bowser, though, sometimes you just kind of get screwed anyways because you're Bowser and you're huge. But, yeah, I think that it's a very close, very competitive matchup. Explosive, can go either way. And I hesitate to give the edge to either side. Okay, to start off the ultimate characters, finally, we have Inkling. So, this is a matchup that, like many of these other matchups, has flip-flopped a lot from losing to winning to even. I think it's even. I think now it stands at a very even matchup. And it's funny because Inkling early meta was a more popular character. People were saying, oh, it's the best character in the game, this and that. So you played this matchup a lot early meta. Nowadays, you really don't see Inkling at all. Cosmos doesn't play the character at all. Many people drop the character, or they now secondary somebody else along with the character. So it's hard to really find Inkling mains nowadays. Although they're definitely out there, they're just not as common. But yeah, I think this matchup is even because Inkling can put on a lot of damage to Bowser. The combo game is really good. They have a gentleman jab, so even though they lose their rapid jab in the matchup, they still can make up for it with the gentleman jab. They have the ding-dong kind of thing where they can kill you with up throw, up air. And then even outside of that, up throw is just good for combos. Down throw is good for combos. So Inkling has a lot of combo starters, and Bowser can rack up damage really well. They can survive Bowser side on any stage. And yeah, they can ink you up with their zoning tools pretty well. Bowser, on the other hand, he lives through all of this very long. So if you're Inkling and you're not killing Bowser off stage or hitting roller or getting your up throw up air window, Bowser lives for a long time. You have a few win conditions against him, which I just listed, but if you don't hit all those, which you get hit by roller sometimes, roller is very telegraphed, and up throw up air is a window, right? So there's going to be a lot of times where the win conditions kind of fly out the window and you have a hard time actually killing Bowser. So there's that. Bowser's also really good at two-framing and ledge trapping this character. Like, really good. So that's a point in the matchup where I think Inkling struggles a bit. And then Inkling, even though they have a gentleman jab, their rapid jab is extremely good in every other matchup because it racks up damage and puts on ink onto your opponent better than any other move. So yeah, losing that in the matchup, although you still have the gentleman to offset it, it is still rough because it's hard to ink up Bowser compared to the other characters. You have to rely on Splat Bomb and forward throw as opposed to your tried and true rapid jab, which is really good against every other character. So yeah, definitely can rack up damage really well, has specific win conditions against Bowser, but is very light, very easy to two-frame and ledge trap, and also just dies sometimes, as many light characters will against Bowser. So yeah, with those things considered, I think it is an even matchup. In the past, people have said Bowser beats Inkling. People have argued Inkling beats Bowser. I don't agree with any of those. I think it's very close to even. So the Ridley matchup is definitely one that my opinion has changed a lot about. Early Meta Leon would have said this was +2 for Bowser, as in we destroy this character. But I think it's even. I think it's very even, honestly. The biggest problem in this matchup for Bowser really is just dealing with Ridley's offstage presence. So trying to recover around his fair and his nair are really difficult. Sometimes it's really difficult sometimes. I've also been spiked by his angled down up B, and honestly, it's just really hard to get back from being off stage against this character. And he's really good at getting you there too. He does down throw into nair, whatever. So he's really good at getting you off stage and keeping you there, which is really scary as Bowser. Another thing that makes this matchup tough is the fact that you can't really F-tilt 2-frame or use Flame against Ridley. You might be able to use Flame, but in some situations maybe, but F-tilt 2-frame just doesn't feel like it works on this character because his armor just eats right through it, it feels. So, yeah. I don't even know if you can use it against him, but I feel like if you did, the armor, it would just trade or something. I don't know exactly because I haven't played this matchup too much, but it feels very difficult to actually 2-frame Ridley. So yeah, this character is tricky. The places where we do good in the matchup is we are faster than him, we weigh more than him, so we live longer, and we kill him generally easier than he kills us, unless he gets an offstage type of thing going on. But generally, yeah, we kill him pretty easily. He's not a super heavy, he's just a regular heavy. He's actually lighter than Samus. So it's not like he's dying at, say, absurd percents similar to the lighter characters, but Bowser can kill him pretty easily a lot of times. And since he's big and tall, he gets hit with your Nair confirms a lot. And it's pretty easy to grab him too and combo him out of grab. So yeah, Bowser definitely is the better character, and he has the things that make him good in the matchup are the things that just make him good overall, which is his speed, his ability to get in and close distances and kill you very easily, which he kills Ridley pretty easily. But it's just the offstage, honestly, just makes it so hard. Ridley just having so much counterplay, it being so hard to actually use your ledge trapping tools against Ridley because of his up B and his command grab. So yeah, I think it's pretty close to true even. I couldn't even think who to give the edge to because I feel like both these characters just kind of have so much going against the other. So yeah, I think even's a good spot for it. So this matchup, super annoying. I'm not going to separate them because I feel as though they are the entirely same character. I don't know if there's any real differences between Simon and Richter, but whenever I play against them or as them, it feels like they do the exact same thing. But I think this matchup is probably just straight up even, honestly. The thing about Belmont is he's a very heavy zoning character, so his game plan is to just keep you out all day by throwing his projectiles at you and hitting you with his whip. He's really good at keeping Bowser out. When Bowser gets in, though, it's pretty hard for Belmont to actually get him off him. He has his up B out of shield, which is okay. It's not the fastest out of shield option. It works, though. It's good, but outside of that, Bowser's really good at trapping this character's rolls and other defensive options, like spot dodge. This character is somewhat heavy, so he gets hit by combos and kill confirms pretty reliably. So yeah, Bowser has some good stuff against him. You can also use Flame to send the cross back at him, and it stops Holy Water too. Up B also sends Holy Water back at him, I think, so there's some weird counterplay with his projectiles. You can't really do anything about X, though. You just gotta kind of play around it because Flame does not beat that. And it's not an item or anything, so it's not like you can grab it. So you just gotta kind of just be wary of that. Try not to hold shield. I mean, you can hold shield into it, but just watch the shield pressure that Belmont can put on, because Belmont can put on a pretty good amount of shield pressure. Also, you can Tough Guy Holy Water at low percents, which is really good in the matchup because it makes it so at low percents you're not really getting ledge trapped, and he's not really able to use it against you in neutral even because you can just up B or whatever out of the Holy Water. So that's pretty good. I'm not entirely sure what percent that stops working, but it's still nice to have that in the matchup. If Tough Guy is a factor at all in the matchup, there's some way that you can use it. So in this case, you can avoid the ledge trapping for a bit. You can kind of negate Holy Water at low percents and neutral even, because if you're not catching it, it's okay even if you get hit by it because you can just get out of it. So yeah, pretty good. This character gets ledge trapped pretty easily by Bowser. A well-placed fair can hit Belmont's recovery, but that goes for any aerial in the game, really, that you can just run out there and stick out there against him. So yeah, there's definitely counterplay. His recovery is not good at all, so you can definitely swat him out of the air. I've even used Flame against it a few times if he does the up B version, so yeah, I think there's a decent amount of counterplay from Bowser's end, but also having to constantly run in at Belmont and him having such strong zoning tools like his axe and his side B makes it really, really frustrating sometimes. You need to be pretty patient in this matchup, and you have to play your disadvantage really well and also exploit his disadvantage. Definitely a matchup that gets way better going from online to offline. This matchup is definitely a losing matchup online, but offline, way more doable. But I'll still say that a good Belmont can destroy a Bowser, but also the inverse is true too, in my opinion. One of my personal favorite characters in this game, King K. Rool. I've played a lot of K. Rool, as in I've played as K. Rool a lot on my stream, especially I like to play him when I drink. I've played against a decent amount of K. Rool, both offline and online. I think Bowser beats this character, but I don't think it's a solid +1. I think it's closer to 0.5. Very, very close to even. K. Rool has a lot of good going in this matchup. He's good at dealing with Bowser's recovery because drop down nair or his dare or back air, you can catch Bowser pretty easily with those. So sometimes when you're Bowser trying to recover, it can be pretty tricky. Also, having transcendent projectiles is good against Bowser because that means Flame can't do anything about them. So as Bowser, you're forced to kind of jump around them or shield them, which gets really annoying. K. Rool can condition you with that. So yeah, there's some good stuff coming from the K. Rool side. I just don't feel like this character beats Bowser just because... So, if K. Rool has to throw out side B Crown, Bowser can rush in pretty easily and just side B him, or just grab him normally. So every time K. Rool throws a Crown, maybe not every time, but a lot of times when K. Rool throws a Crown, as Bowser, you should have enough time to be able to just get in if you can avoid the Crown. So that's pretty good in the matchup. I wait for K. Rool to do that, and I jump in, try to side B or something like that. When K. Rool's off stage, it's a little bit tricky actually to actually hit him. What I've done in the past that's worked, drop down back air, it seems to be the best thing to do because F-tilt 2 frames don't work, Flame doesn't really work. I don't think it works, especially if they hug the wall. Maybe if they come in at a certain angle, you might be able to hit them with it, but it's not as good as it would be in other matchups. But yeah, I just think Bowser's speed and range against this character, it's sort of the Dedede thing where when Dedede whiffs at all, Bowser can just get in really quickly to punish it. And I feel like K. Rool kind of has the same thing where when he whiffs with side B or neutral B or dash attack or any of his really slow moves, Bowser can just get in really quickly and punish him. And I feel like the same is not really true for K. Rool because he's not as fast as Bowser at all. But he could, I guess, hit you with his projectiles, so yeah. I don't think this is a horrible matchup for K. Rool by any means. I think it's very close to even. Like, if I were ordering this, as I've said a couple times in this video, it would be closer to even than even, like, Cloud or maybe probably Rosa. It's closer to even than a lot of other characters here. It's by no means a free matchup. I just feel that with Bowser's speed and punish game and being able to take a beating, so living for a really long time against K. Rool and his setups, I feel like it gives us an edge in the matchup. I'm willing to be wrong though, honestly. I've yet to really struggle in this matchup. I think outside of Wi-Fi, I've yet to lose this matchup. And as Wi-Fi is not really real, I've lost to every manner of thing on Wi-Fi, so we usually don't count those. Sometimes Wi-Fi can kind of be good for some experience, I guess, but for the most part, Wi-Fi doesn't really matter, so yeah, I still have not lost this matchup, but I'm sure the day will come when I play a very talented K. Rool, like Kirby Kid, or even Ben Gold from Australia, and they, you know, they have something for me, so I'm by no means counting this character out, and I see the counterplay. I definitely see the drop down, the aerials from Bowser trying to recover, and the zoning pressure. I could definitely see the counterplay, and I'm willing to say even maybe, but I just think just because Bowser is Bowser and he's so fast and strong and he's good at getting in against this character. This character has a lot of lag and exploitable moments. I think Bowser has a slight edge. Isabelle. Alright, this matchup is definitely a +1 for Bowser. Slight win. It's not in the +2. Isabelle has some decent stuff. Fishing Rod could be okay against Bowser's recovery sometimes. The Lloyd Rocket on stage can be a menace. It leads into setups, and it could be a little tricky to play around it consistently. Bowser can just kill it with a tilt, like any character probably can. But sometimes it can be annoying. It can be annoying to constantly have to play around it and have to shield it or hit it. And Isabelle can kind of maybe condition you sometimes and punish you if you mess up dealing with it. So yeah, definitely not a free matchup for Bowser. The recovery is sort of Villager-esque, where it's tricky to actually 2-frame the balloon recovery. And she has a tether too, so that helps her a bit more. But I just think she dies very easily. She's a little slow. She's lacking in any real confirms or anything too crazy outside of... Okay, she has confirms off of Lloyd Rocket, but again, it's a little inconsistent. And she also has kind of a confirmed thing where she can grab you and hit you with a bunch of forward airs and you die off stage. But if you DI out of that properly, I think it's not true anyways. So yeah, Isabelle doesn't really have too many checkmate situations against Bowser or things that you really need to respect too much in the matchup. You don't want to sleep on any character at all. Even the +2s, you don't want to sleep on them, because somebody playing a really good character, like somebody who's really good at the character, really good at piloting the character, knows their win condition, they have a lot of practice time, and they've grinded the matchup a lot. Those people can definitely beat you. It doesn't matter how good a matchup is for you. You can still lose matchups that are supposed to be in your favor. But even then, I just feel like, yeah, a good Isabelle can definitely schmix Bowser, can win the matchup here and there. I just feel like Bowser's just a better character, kills her very easily, and she doesn't really do enough to really oppress him consistently. It feels like she has to work so much harder than he does to kill her, and it could be a little frustrating on the Isabelle side. You're kind of walking on eggshells, trying to keep up the pressure with your projectiles and trying to get some wacky setups with your tether and your Lloyd Rocket. It just doesn't feel that Isabelle has the consistent tools to be able to consistently beat Bowser. She doesn't have the consistent win conditions against him, and it feels like she's always trying to kind of cook up some wacky scheme to secure stocks and things like that, which I think is her overall weakness in general in this game. She has some good tools. She has strong throws and a cool, cute combo game at a throw, but overall I just don't think it's enough for her to really be competitive. But yeah, I think because she can get those crazy setups and she can kind of bully Bowser's recovery like most people can, I think it's a +1, close to +2, but not quite +2. But yeah, Bowser definitely wins this matchup. Another one of my favorite characters, probably my most favorite character in this game to watch, Incineroar. Love Incineroar, love this character so much, gets me so hyped up. It's just so crazy to watch him get his strong hits and revenge stuff and kill people with crazy grab shenanigans. I love this character. Unfortunately for him though, Bowser definitely wins the matchup. Solid +1. Incineroar is just very slow, very exploitable. He has windows where he just outright just whiffs moves, and you can just get, when he has side Bs or neutral Bs or up Bs, any of his specials, if he does them unsafely, then you could just get right in there and punish him. It's free with your run speed as Bowser. This character can struggle to recover against Bowser because 2-framing him is one of the easier things to do compared to some of the other characters I've talked about. So his recovery is very linear, very easy to hit with flame or F-tilt, whatever. Yeah, it's not really too hard. It's in terms of difficulty, hitting his recovery is below average difficulty, I'd say. Not entirely free, such as Fox, but it's pretty easy to swat him when he's trying to recover. Bowser just runs, he's faster than him, he has more range than him, he hits harder, kills easier. Bowser is almost just a better version of a lot of the super heavies, and I think Incineroar is kind of the same. They're both grapplers, it's just Bowser just lives longer, hits harder, kills easier, he's faster, like I just said all of those things. But yeah, but I feel like that's really what makes Bowser win this matchup, is he's just a way better character. Incineroar does have some stuff. Revenge is good. Incineroar does not struggle to kill Bowser like other characters do. So if you revenge something from Bowser, oh my god, if you revenge back air, Bowser back air or up air, or just some crazy aerial down air, because a lot of Bowsers love to spam that revenge is going to hurt you like really, really bad. If you're on the Bowser side and you get hit by that back air revenge move or whatever, yeah, that's going to hurt a lot. Incineroar is also pretty good at dealing with Bowser's recovery, as most characters are. Drop down Nair is very good against it. You can 2-frame it with down tilt, you can hit it with down air. Mostly drop down Nair though. Drop down Nair is nasty against Bowser's up B. So yeah, Incineroar definitely has counterplay, which is why it's not +2. Because Incineroar can move in the matchup. His combo game is really scary against Bowser. He can hit you with a million up airs out of a grab. Could be a little tricky to land sometimes. Having a command grab is good against Bowser too, as I've said in this video, because at least me, I like to shield a lot. So yeah. Definitely counterplay on the Incineroar side. It's not free by any means, but it's still firmly in Bowser's court, I think, just because of the big tier list difference between the two. Unfortunate, because Incineroar is, like I said, one of my favorite characters, if not my single most favorite character to watch in this game. I love this character. I love when this character gets going with his strong hits, his crazy kill power. I love it. Unfortunately, against Bowser, to me, compared to Incineroar, is more the reality. Incineroar is this fun, crazy, hype character that just kind of doesn't work because of how slow he is. Bowser is not really as hype or fun, but he works better just because he's faster and he doesn't have the same struggles with recovering or getting in that Incineroar has, which really hold him back as a character. Okay, next is everyone's favorite DLC character, just kidding, Piranha Plant. This used to be a matchup for me that I had no idea where to place this matchup, honestly. Nowadays, I think I have a pretty solid opinion about it. I think it's +1. I think Bowser wins. However, there is one thing about the matchup, and I mean one single thing about the matchup that keeps it from +2. And I think this thing in this matchup is also what keeps Plant from being one of the worst characters in the game. Well, they probably are one of the worst, but they have one really good tool, and that's Patooey. Patooey on its own probably beats Bowser, actually. So I could agree with this matchup even being in the even section, because Patooey is really, really good against Bowser. Patooey, it stuffs out your aerial approaches, it ledge traps you, it makes it hard to grab Plant. Patooey on its own is destructive against Bowser. The thing is, that's really it. I mean, Bowser can 2-frame this character very easily. The Plant's recovery is very easy to hit. You're not really too afraid of any of Plant's other setups with the side B or down B, because down B is really slow and kind of easy to avoid. And side B, you just get out of it, you just move. But Patooey alone makes Piranha Plant competitive in this matchup. It's literally just Patooey. I would say this is probably a 0.5 matchup, or even in the future, I would be willing to agree an even matchup, just solely because of Patooey and how good it is against Bowser. It's good in neutral. It's good when Bowser's trying to recover. It could even help you it could free you from grabs. So Patooey is just all around just really, really freaking good in this matchup. But outside of that, like I said, not really too concerned about anything. You can live very long against Plant, so you could withstand a lot of Plant's harassment compared to some of the other characters. 2-framing Plant is on the easier side. I would say it's about average difficulty to 2-frame Plant. Plant is close to being a super heavy though, so you're not going to really kill Plant super early. So yeah, I think Plant is a few units off of actually being a true super heavy, which is pretty crazy. Plant's heavier than Ridley and some other characters you would think Plant would not be heavier than. So yeah, this character can live a while, this character can hit pretty hard, but the real true threat in the matchup I think is Patui. I think Patui single-handedly keeps it out of +2 and opens a debate for even, just because of Patui. Literally Patui. Down B can kind of be okay sometimes, especially because the shield pressure it could put on, and being able to mess with your recovery a little bit. Yeah, Down B also has its place in the discussion, but I think Patui is really what gives Plant an edge. Honestly, just overall as a character, Patui is just a pretty good move. Joker. Looking really annoying, Joker. This is a -1. This matchup is pretty frustrating. Personally, I find that base Joker is a bit obnoxious, but I guess anybody would say this about their matchup against Joker. Base Joker is bearable. He has his combos, his strings, and he has a counter that's pretty decent. He can recover pretty well. His tether is pretty reliable for getting back to the stage, so you're not really two-framing this character. But overall, base Joker is just weak. He dies early, and he's kind of has Shiek syndrome where he hits you a lot, but he's not really killing you. That's base Joker. The problem in this matchup is Arsene, and I guess that applies to anybody, right? Anybody fighting against Joker. Joker's counterplay against Bowser when he has Arsene is just insane. If you're trying to recover against Joker, you guys know, run off counter as Joker against Bowser's recovery. It's very free to hit, and it's very destructive because if you get hit with that, you're probably dead. You're probably dead after that hits you. Because even if you survive the initial counter, you are so far off stage that you're just a sitting duck. And you have to pray that the Joker messes up. But he can get you a down air off stage, forward air, back air off stage. Any of his aerials and counter off stage, really good. Down gun is very disruptive. Off stage and in neutral. And it's very safe. So, yeah, it's a frustrating matchup, particularly when he has Arsene. I believe down air to up smash, I've heard recently that it's not actually true. I've just been getting hit by it regardless. I love getting hit by that confirmed. If you're a Joker player and you want to hit me with that, go feel free. Apparently you can tech, I've heard, but until I lab that and practice it, I'm still getting hit by it. So yeah, it feels like Falcon where he gets a down air and you just gotta kind of take it. But apparently you can tech, so I'm gonna work on that so I stop getting freed up in this matchup. But yeah, that's frustrating. Bowser has some good stuff in the matchup. I've always said Bowser's specials are really, really good against Arsene because they kind of just whittle away Arsene, right? Up B, side B, and flame, not only do they do a lot of damage, but they're also kind of sort of little tiny micro cutscenes. So you're in side B, Bowser side B, he does the whole flip thing. It takes a second or two for the whole animation to complete, and you take a lot of damage from it. So yeah, you've already lost a few seconds of Arsene, and then that on top of the damage it does just taking away Arsene. Bowser is one of the better characters at actually just getting rid of Arsene by fighting Joker, because his moves hit really hard, and a B takes a second or two to complete. Flame, you're stuck in flame for a couple of seconds. So yeah, on top of doing a lot of damage, they also take a few seconds, so it's just everything we can get to shave away Arsene is very important in a tournament setting. So yeah, we have that going for us. We have the fact that he's light. When he has Arsene, he's more easy to two-frame than a lot of characters. You can do flame, set up with flame, and then try to F-tilt two-frame him. But yeah, overall, this is not a good matchup. This is a solid -1, maybe -0.5, maybe. If you're really good at dealing with his neutral and you can try to find a way around down guns and things like that, and you can consistently deal with Arsene, maybe 0.5, maybe -0.5, but there's no way Bowser beats this character. I just don't see it. I think the other Bowsers and the Joker players would agree with me. this is just a solid loss. I think Bowser's durability and his ability to deal with Arsene better than most keeps it out of -2 territory, but it's hard. It's definitely not a good matchup for Bowser. Yet again, one of my other favorite characters, and it pains me to have to do my boy like this. I'm sorry, Hero. This is a bad matchup for you. Having played many hours of both characters, I've obviously played tons of hours as Bowser, and surprisingly, I've played tons of hours as Hero too, both online and offline. I can confidently say this is a +1 for Bowser. Not even a 0.5, just +1. Hero it's just hard when all of your moves are so sluggish. All of his aerials are so slow. So it's really hard to really space Bowser out or be safe on his shield because everything is so slow. Forward air, back air, super freaking slow. His up air it's not useless, but it's pretty bad. It's not good for juggling, sharking Bowser at all because of how small and stubby it is. There's other characters who are better at sharking because their up airs are bigger or disjointed even. Hero's is just pathetic, honestly, so juggling Bowser is not really a thing for Hero. Hero's just gets punished out of shield very much because, like I said, very sluggish. You can kind of just run down Hero, honestly, and Hero has a really hard time dealing with it. His best tool for dealing with Bowser's rushdown is his up B, because his up B is actually a very good out of shield option, like really good. One of the better ones in the game. I think it's frame 7, so it's slightly slower than Bowser up B, but it's still pretty fast, and it kind of takes you out of the danger zone because you do a little jump. So yeah, his up B is pretty good against Bowser as an out of shield option, but aside from that, this character just gets smothered. He just gets rushed down. Doesn't really have as much time to set up with menu, and a lot of times Bowser can kind of just not really care about menu. You can kind of shield against it. You can tough guy Magic Burst for some reason. Not that heroes are really doing that too much against you, but I mean, it's something, right? We can tough guy Magic Burst. It's like I said before, if tough guy does something in the matchup, we take it, you know? So yeah, Magic Burst is not a move. You're going to survive his Psych-Ups and Oomphs way longer than anyone else is, which is annoying for him. And his recovery, he just gets 2-framed. Without Zoom, of course. Zoom transcends any ledge trapping or whatever. But if he doesn't have Zoom and he has to use up B, he's getting flamed, he's getting 2-framed. He struggles to actually get off ledge against this character. Yeah, I don't think this is good for Hero. And I say this as a Hero enthusiast. I believe in Hero way more than I do some of these other characters. I think Hero is a solid character. Definitely not the best, but I think he's good enough, especially as a counter pick. But I just feel that Bowser is just not the character you want to play Hero against, honestly. As I said, having a lot of time in both characters. One of Bowser's better archetypes are swords. He doesn't beat every sword character, but it's because he can kind of compete with their range and their disjoints and stuff a lot of their recoveries. Yeah, he traditionally does pretty well against swords, and Hero is no exception. In fact, Hero is one of the better sword matchups for him, because this is not close to even in my opinion. This is closer to +2 than even. But Hero, he has some stuff. He can kill Bowser earlier than some because Psych-Up Oomph. So even though Bowser is surviving that longer than others will, they're also just really good tools for killing in general. So yeah, you don't really struggle to kill Bowser. And if you're good with your offstage stuff, you can kind of trap Bowser sometimes with up B or a well-placed down air, whatever it is. So Hero has stuff. Also, Accelerate Hero is really crazy, and you can do some crazy combos on Bowser. But just overall, yeah, Bowser just solidly wins this matchup. Banjo and Kazooie. So, as weird as this is, I think this matchup is even, having played against Banjo a lot, having played as Banjo a lot, knowing both the characters very well, I think it's just straight up even matchup. Bowser has some annoying stuff against Banjo. I think he like tough guys eggs, or they just don't do as much hit stun to him, so he kind of shrugs off eggs a lot, just in general. So that's pretty good. If you have to recover without Wonder Wing as Banjo, it's just the same situation where Bowser's just really good at two-framing you. I said it a million times in this video. Bowser's just so good at the ledge, so good at two-framing, ledge trapping. So if Banjo doesn't have Wonder Wing, and he has to recover with that up B, he's probably going to get hit. And even if he doesn't, getting off ledge is just hard against Bowser. So yeah, and Banjo doesn't have anything special like a command grab or a shield breaker or anything to really help him deal with Bowser just holding shield at ledge. I guess if Bowser's shield is low and you catch him with a Wonder Wing or something, that could be okay, but for the most part, I feel that Banjo struggles to recover against his character without Wonder Wing and get off the ledge against his character. Also, if you whiff a Wonder Wing against Bowser, that's going to hurt a lot. You're going to get probably down smashed a lot. Or if it's a really bad situation, you get F smashed, you might just die. You're always going to get punished though, probably, because Bowser is just so fast and he can get in very easily. So yeah. Banjo though. Banjo has a really annoying setup projectile game. He has some annoying ladder combos that he can get on Bowser pretty easily. Banjo is actually one of the best characters at two-framing at the ledge. So, it's funny because Bowser's good at two-framing Banjo's Wonder Wing-less recovery. Banjo's really good at dealing with Bowser's recovery, too. Down tilt, down smash, or run off nair, things like that. The down tilt, down smash, two-frame run off nair is just good for intercepting him. So yeah, Banjo can do some serious damage to Bowser at the ledge when Bowser's trying to recover. The egg combos are just so easy to get on Bowser. And also it's just the archetype really. It's just being an annoying zoner. Setting up with down B over and over again can be like so draining to play against. So yeah, Banjo has some sauce in the matchup. Skilled Banjo can definitely just put up this mentally draining battle, and the Bowser is forced to just always go in over and over again and try to get in on him and deal with his spacing and his projectiles. It can get really, really annoying. So yeah, I think because of Banjo's character, just the character that he is, he can definitely just give Bowser trouble just because he's a setup zoner with some annoying combos and some fake kill confirms and good ledge trapping. So yeah. I don't think Banjo's a good character, by the way. I've played this character a lot. People love my Banjo, unfortunately. But yeah, it's just going forward, I don't see myself playing much Banjo because even though he has some decent matchups, such as Bowser, this is not the worst matchup in the game. And on paper, he should do okay against some other characters, even though he winds up losing a lot because he's bad. It's just not worth it. I just don't feel like, at least for me personally, it's not worth it for me to play this character. Does that mean I think it's not worth it for anyone to play him? No, I think the Banjo specialist, people who really love the character and believe in him, should keep pushing him. I just personally am just done with this character, I think. And I'm done with this matchup too. This matchup is not fun to play. So yeah, that's what I think. I think it's just even. I think they both destroy each other. I think they're both good at exploiting each other's weaknesses. I think Bowser is definitely a better character. But Banjo, just because of the character he is, he can give Bowser a really hard time. Are you okay? I guess in this matchup, yeah, we are okay. I think Bowser beats Terry. Compared to the other Shotos, it feels that his recovery is a bit easier to hit. So Ken and Ryu, it's harder to hit F-tilt 2-frame them because it feels like they go through the stage and they just kind of punch you. But Terry, you can kind of just set up very easily against his recovery with Flame and F-tilt. So his recovery is easier to hit in general. Another thing that makes the matchup a little bit easier than Ken and Ryu is Ken and Ryu can kind of just get their stuff and kill you whenever. I mean, Rage definitely helps, but they're still, you know, they still have access to their Shoryuken and their combo game or whatever throughout their entire stock. Terry needs to be at 100% before he can start really blowing you up, which sort of Lucario-esque. You don't want to be in kill percent to be able to kill Bowser, right? So that's not good. Him having to be at 100% against the heaviest character in the game that kills super early, yeah, that's bad, because odds are you're not going to really live long enough to actually make Go that useful. Now, you know, a good Terry, a very practiced Terry, they're going to get their Go, but what my point is, it's just more likely that Bowser kills you before you get Go off than probably almost any other character, just because he lives so long and he hits so hard. So yeah, you don't, basically what I'm saying is you don't want to have to be in kill percent to start doing things against Bowser, because Bowser doesn't care. Bowser will just hit you with back air, or a side B on a platform, or an F-tilt 2-frame, and you're just dead. So Bowser doesn't really care. Bowser wants you to be at those percent. He loves when you're at 100 plus, and for Terry to unlock his best moves when he's about to die, yeah, that's not very good in the matchup. But yeah, overall, Bowser's just really good at hitting his recovery. Go is not as useful against Bowser because he kills you so easily. And yeah, that's really it. I think Terry is competitive because he has a good combo game. Go, when it works really well. And it's not that it's not going to work against Bowser at all. You're going to get hit by Power Geyser and all that stuff. It's just, you know, you don't want to be in kill percent against Bowser, basically, is what I mean. So yeah, he has a decent combo game. Even without Go, he could still kill you with side B and stuff like that. So it's not that he's totally useless. It's just, I feel Bowser just kind of just doesn't really care, and he just kind of hits him and kills him early anyways. And for Terry to really, really do damage, he needs to be about to die against Bowser. So, like I said, sort of Lucario-ish struggle. But Terry is definitely a way better character than Lucario, and Terry has some really good stuff in the matchup. So it's not free. Again, probably closer to 0.5, close to even. I just think that out of the fighting game characters, Terry is probably the least threatening one to Bowser. So yeah, but again, by no means a free matchup at all. A good Terry, don't sleep at all, because a good Terry will kick your butt. No joke. Byleth. I used to think Bowser beat this character. I'm going to put this in even, though. I think it has moments where it's really tricky for Bowser. So off the bat, you can't 2-frame or do anything against this character's recovery because it's a tether. So there's no Flame Breath, no 2-frame shenanigans, sorry. So yeah, that already makes it more annoying, because Bowser's, one of his biggest strengths is being able to do that to you, being able to F-tilt you and Flame Breath your recovery. So if he can't do that, pretty annoying. Byleth also has some crazy confirms. If you get an up B on Bowser, you can hit Bowser with all sorts of nonsense. You can hit Bowser with side B or up air, whatever. It's pretty painful what Byleth could do out of up B against Bowser. Also, Byleth's spacing is pretty good against Bowser. The projectile, not so much. It's kind of whatever, but it can still put on pressure from far away. So, yeah, not a free matchup at all. Not a winning matchup, I don't think. In the past, I've said winning, but the more I watch Leo and the more I think about the matchup and hear from other Bowsers, yeah, I could see it. I could see how this character gives Bowser a lot of trouble. We have our speed and our range, which is universally just good. Byleth is not really a cutscene character, so you get a lot of chances to play the game against Byleth compared to a Falco or a Pikachu or something like that. But still not easy. Just the range and the disjoints that this character has, yeah, it could make it really tricky. But I think Bowser, having also his range and his speed, kill power, I think it keeps him very competitive in the matchup. Byleth could be a little sluggish sometimes, so if you punish a whiff, or if you're good at playing around Nair and not getting hit with the last hit of Nair, you can punish Byleth pretty consistently out of shield. So that's like something to look at in the matchup. But overall, with Byleth's strengths being they are almost unedge guardable, or at least un-2 frameable. That's pretty big against Bowser. The disjoints, the confirms out of up B are crazy. Yeah, I think it's a very competitive matchup. I think both characters kind of just hit each other really hard and kind of bully each other, honestly. Just Bowser with his confirms and his speed and all that compared to Byleth. So yeah, it feels even. It feels even to me. Everyone's favorite noodle girl, Min Min. Very conflicting thoughts about this matchup since her release. I used to think it was awful. Yeah, put it in even. I think it's even. I used to think it was a losing matchup, but after some time has passed, I've played DeBuzz a lot. I played DeBuzz. I played Pink Fresh a little bit. I've played some local Min Mins here and there. And I've also watched Hero from Japan play against Proto. He beat Proto's Min Min, but then Proto went Lucina and beat him there. So, yeah, there's just something about this matchup. I feel on paper it should not be good for Bowser, right? Because you just can't get in and you can't recover. But then execution is, well, Bowser can run her down really well, and she's kind of forced to just constantly throw out her arms and jump, and Bowser's really good at punishing you if you mess up those things. Really good at swatting you out of the air. Really good at just grabbing out of shield if you try to hit Bowser's shield with your arms. So yeah, basically you're just rushing down Min Min, and it's actually surprisingly hard for her to actually get you off of her. So she's just spending the whole game, instead of being able to set up and kind of sit back like she usually does, it's different. She's just in your face constantly. Bowser is just always putting on the pressure. You're trying to jump away. You're trying to use your arms to get rid of him. Anything, honestly. So it could be pretty hard. Also with recovery, if Bowser hugs the wall and uses his shell armor, he can actually get past Ram Ram enough times in the matchup to where it is relevant. Shell armor is pretty good against Ram Ram. So yeah, it's not entirely free to hit Bowser off stage. It's a tricky matchup, honestly, for both ends, because on the Min Min end, it's well, how do I get this guy off me? He just keeps running at me and getting in my face, and I don't really have the fastest grab. My best option is up smash out of shield, probably. But it's just hard. It's just hard to consistently keep him off you. And with Bowser, the question is, how do I get in? How do I get past the arms and maneuver around her and play around her grab so that I can consistently get in and punish her, you know? So I think both characters have to think a lot in the matchup, but I think they really shine in punish games against each other. Bowser just oppressing her and ledge trapping her, and Min Min just keeping him out and stuffing his recovery. Yeah, I think that there's a lot of counterplay on both sides in this matchup, and I think it's a very competitive matchup. Despite what people thought in the beginning, that Min Min would just destroy him, no, I think it's pretty even. Bowser just has a lot of weird matchups that are even. He loses to a lot of characters, but also goes even or beats so much of the cast. And he has the Bowser effect where even when he's losing, he could still kind of just win because, well, he's Bowser and he could just destroy your stocks. So yeah, I think, all things considered, it's a very competitive matchup. Both characters are really good at exploiting the other's weaknesses, I think. Really exciting character, Steve. I was extremely hyped for Steve to be in Smash. Crazy hype. I was honestly just blown away. But the hype kind of died for me when I realized Steve kind of destroys Bowser. It's a tricky matchup. It's pretty hard. I mean, basically Steve is just so, his punish game and combo game is just insane, and against the biggest, heaviest character, you're gonna hit those combos all the time. So if you get up tilted once by Steve, you're going for a ride, and it is not fun. Steve's gonna put on 1,000,000% just from hitting one up tilt, and yeah, it's just really annoying. And then just trying to deal with minecart consistently is a universal struggle for everybody because, well, most people. I'm sure other matchups can handle it a little better, but for Bowser in particular, his only real counterplay is flame, kind of. You can flame the minecart to stuff it out. So he'll either do it again, which you hold flame and hopefully it works again, or he'll retreat after that. But that's our only real counterplay. So having it be a projectile command grab that kills, it's just an insane move. It's a really cool move too, because there's nothing else quite like it in the game. A projectile command grab. I don't think I've ever seen that in Smash Bros. So it's cool, but it's a pain against Bowser because, as I've said many times, command grabs are tricky against a character who likes to shield a lot. And it's kind of like Monkey Flip, right? Where you kind of just lose because if you hold shield, you get command grab, but if you don't, then you get hit by the hitbox. So it's really tough. It's really tough to consistently deal with minecart. So the combo game, minecart, also being off stage against Steve is not fun. Down tilt hits Bowser pretty consistently. Down air is good against Bowser. If you set up at the ledge with TNT, you can ledge trap Bowser pretty well. Yeah, Steve has a lot going for him in the matchup. Bowser can kill Steve fairly early. He can 2-frame Steve fairly well. It's hard to ledge trap Steve though, because again, minecart and mix-up game with blocks. So yeah, it's tricky. But I think Bowser's advantage in the matchup, his 2-frame ability, his ability to just explode on you and kill you, it keeps him fairly competitive in the matchup, and it's not as oppressive as the -2s, because I just feel like you get more opportunities to play the game against Steve compared to the other characters. So yeah, even though it's really hard, it doesn't feel as bad as some of the matchups above him, just because I get more opportunities to play the game, and I can actually hit his recovery fairly consistently, which is very good in the matchup. But yeah, it's by no means an easy matchup. It's solid -1, very hard. I don't think it's close to even. And honestly, as Steve gets more optimized, I could see it getting harder and harder, I'm not gonna lie. But for now, I think this is a good spot for it. So Sephiroth is a character a lot of people were hyping up when he came out. Some people I heard call this a top 5 character. Some people were saying he's one of the best in the game. I actually never really agreed with any of that. Although I do think Sephiroth's a very good character. I actually don't think he's quite top tier. I think he's closer to high tier, just straight middle of high tier. And one thing people tell me a lot is that they think Sephiroth destroys Bowser, and that it's a really bad matchup for Bowser. I actually disagree. I very much disagree. I think this matchup is even, and possibly slightly leaning towards Bowser favor, honestly. Maybe 0.5 Bowser favor, but I think true even is a better place to put this for now. So the things that make it bad, that people were saying that it's a horrible matchup for Bowser, is basically his range makes it hard for Bowser to get in. His big sword is just good at keeping Bowser out and stuffing Bowser's approach. And his Nair is pretty good for keeping Bowser off of him, just like as a get off me move, you know? Also, Sephiroth's counter is destructive. It's a pretty good counter, and counters against Bowser are just free real estate. You just drop down there, you press down B, and Bowser dies. So yeah, that is rough. The wing is rough too because he does not struggle to kill Bowser. Down air is good at hitting Bowser through the stage sometimes. So yeah, recovering can be tricky as Bowser. Sephiroth does not struggle to kill. And he's pretty good at just keeping Bowser out, honestly, because of his range. His projectiles aren't too crazy against Bowser. His neutral B is a little slow and it's kind of easy to just jump around. His side B is just a pretty good move in general. I think Bowser has some kind of tough guy or something on the initial hit of side B. Somebody check me on that because I don't know. I play by feel a lot, so I'm not the most technical. I don't have the most knowledge, but it feels like he has some weird tough guy frames on it or something. But yeah, so his projectiles are not particularly threatening to Bowser. And just, I think what makes this matchup even is Sephiroth just dies so easily. He's just super light, and on top of that, he's tall. So I think light and tall is actually a pretty big weakness in this game. I think Rosa has that issue. Palu kind of has that issue. Mewtwo definitely has that issue. where you're a taller character, so your frame is larger, your hurt box is larger, and on top of that, you're light, so you're just gonna die to stray hits a lot more, and you're gonna get confirmed into things so easily because you're so big, you know. So I think Sephiroth has that problem, and I think that is not a problem you want to have against Bowser because my Nair back airs are gonna be easy, my confirms, my combos are gonna be super easy. And you're going to die to this stuff very early. You're going to die at 80, 90, sometimes earlier. So, yeah, sometimes Sephiroth just explodes, basically. You can ledge trap Sephiroth fairly well, although you do lose Flame and F-Tilt edge guarding in this matchup because his up B just kind of invalidates it. So you can't F-Tilt 2-frame him, which is tricky. Sephiroth actually has a lot of good stuff going in this matchup. I just feel with how easy it is to actually hit Sephiroth and kill him, it's just kind of... As Sephiroth, you're just constantly just trying to keep Bowser off you and get him away from you, and trying not to die at the same time. It's sort of like Min Min, where Sephiroth is just doing his best to just keep Bowser out. Maybe he's a little better at it because of Nair, maybe, but I don't know. When I play Sephiroth, it just feels like I'm just running in and just killing him super early, and he has a hard time getting Bowser off of him. So yeah, personally, I don't think Bowser really loses this matchup at all, to be honest. I think it's fairly even, a very close matchup, and me and some others I've talked to agree that it could potentially be Bowser favored. Which is crazy, because when it came out, everybody thought that Sephiroth beat Bowser. But as time goes on, I don't see it. I think that's just the general perception of Sephiroth. Like, when he came out, people were saying, oh, this character's so crazy, this and that. And it still is a good character. I just feel Sephiroth might have fallen a bit in people's eyes just because he's, like I said, tall and light, and he has some blind spots in his kit, I guess, which makes it harder for him to hit smaller characters and consistently play around them. So, yeah, it's a little rough. But I don't think Sephiroth's a bad character by any means. I think he's very good, and the matchup is very competitive. I just don't think that either of them have a clear advantage over the other. Okay, this freaking character, Pyramithra. This is a -1. Basically, the way this matchup goes, and I feel that a lot of people probably feel this about their mains, is Pyra is not really a problem. Pyra hits hard, yeah, she has some range. Her side B is actually really good. But aside from that, Pyra's kind of, sort of, reminds me kind of Ganon, you know? It hits really hard, but pretty slow on the ground, and kind of just explodes sometimes because the frame data is not that crazy. The speed is not that crazy, and the recovery is really, really exploitable. So yeah, Pyra is not too bad in the matchup. If it were just Pyra we were talking about, I think Bowser would just beat Pyra, honestly. It would probably just be solid +1, maybe even +2, honestly. Pyra has some good tools against Bowser. Like I said, side B is pretty good. Her down air works pretty well. Her neutral B shenanigans could be a little scary sometimes. But Pyra's not really the issue. The big issue, you guys know where I'm going with this, is Mythra. Mythra is such a menace. Trying to land against Mythra is one of the hardest things I've had to do in life. It is one of the biggest challenges that I have met on this world, is trying to land against Mythra. Because it feels... If Mythra doesn't mess up, it feels like Mythra can just juggle you forever as Bowser. What are you really supposed to do? What is your landing option? Do you down air into her? The super telegraph down air that they're pretty much always expecting? You can't really do that. It's hard to empty land because her speed on the ground and her frame data and her ability to just get to you when she needs to is so crazy. So, yeah. Just trying to land against Mythra is really rough. And even when you are on stage, her combos, her frame data, her Nair is insane. It's kind of like Byleth Nair, where it's a multi-hit that has that weird hit at the end that always gets me for some reason. So yeah, dealing with her nair and her frame data, her combos, it's so scary. And yeah, Mythra struggles to kill, but when you need to kill, you just switch to Pyra. And then Pyra just down airs you or hits you with a smash attack or a tilt or something, and you're just dead. So yeah, it's literally just landing against Mythra is such a pain. Recovering against this character can be kind of scary sometimes with Mythra up B or Pyra down air. So yeah. The thing that we do have in this matchup is, as I said before, recovery. Pyra Mythra recovery, notoriously bad. Probably the only thing that holds them back from being the best character in the game, honestly. Which some people would argue that they are the best character in the game, and I wouldn't even argue that. I don't know if they really are, but if they aren't, it's because of their recovery. Their recovery definitely holds them back, and Bowser is very, very good at exploiting that. Thank God. Thank God we have something in this matchup. That's the only reason I don't think it's -2, is because we do have that. We can kill them fairly early, and we have a bit of range and speed to sort of contest theirs sometimes. But at the end of the day, this is not a winning matchup. It is hard. Foresight is another thing I didn't even mention. Sometimes she just gets through your strong moves, and it's just like, well, damn. I guess I gotta hold that one. So yeah, very stressful matchup, very tough. But our saving grace is that we have the range, we have the speed, and the recovery is very, very easy to hit compared to a lot of these other characters. So a bad matchup, yeah, but not necessarily a terrible matchup. Kazuya. This is a pretty interesting one. So, I think that this matchup is probably just even, to be honest. They both kind of do the same things to each other. They both armor through each other's stuff, kill super early. Yeah, a lot of people have said in the past Kazuya is kind of Shoto Bowser, and I definitely see that with his armor and his command grab. I think that they both have some clear advantages over each other, though. So Kazuya's advantages over Bowser is he's really, really good at turning one hit into some crazy combo, and Electric Wind Fist is basically a kill confirm, so he has that. So yeah, just his insane, wonky, crazy, out of nowhere combo game, and his ability to just easily string Bowser into all of that stuff. I said it a billion times. You're Bowser, biggest character in the game. Yeah, we get it. So Kazuya is going to be landing those very consistently. The electric kill confirms, whatever. His laser is not. It's not a good projectile. It can be kind of disruptive for your ledge trapping sometimes, though. Not usually that bad, but it's something, I guess. He can armor through Bowser's stuff. He has a command grab, which, as I said in the past, is annoying because Bowser shields. So yeah, just basically, Kazuya's destructive punish game is really like the big thing that keeps this matchup even, I think. For Bowser, he also has destructive confirms on Kazuya that are a bit easier to hit because Kazuya is a bigger target. Also, his ledge trapping edgeguard game against Kazuya is way better than Kazuya's is against him. Bowser can do flame on his recovery, and it's just free percent, sort of similar to Falcon or those characters that just go straight up. Yeah, it's just free percent to flame his recovery. Getting off the ledge could be tricky for Kazuya. His command grab doesn't really go that far, so if Bowser just holds shield at ledge, he can kind of just... It's kind of hard for Kazuya to actually get off the ledge. So, yeah, I think they both have some clear advantages over each other. I think that they're both very good at just confirming each other into their stuff and living through each other's stuff and armoring through each other's attacks. Yeah, they kind of do a lot of the same thing, and in this particular matchup, they're very good at just getting their stuff on each other. They're very good at doing what they're supposed to do as characters, so playing their game, they can do it on each other very well. So I think because of that, it's a very explosive, very volatile matchup. I don't really see either of them having a clear advantage just because each of their strengths as characters just really comes out in this matchup, I feel. So yeah, I think the more I think about it, I think it is just a true even, honestly. Just with how easily they can kill each other and confirm each other and rack up damage. Yeah, I think it's a true even. Okay, the last of the DLC, the last of the real characters, Sora. So, this is a new character. I'm still formulating my opinions on this matchup. The more Sora that I play, the more I watch the matchup, and the more I try it out from both sides, I'm actually starting to think that he beats Bowser. Yeah, it's... So, Tough Guy is a non-factor in this matchup. You don't Tough Guy anything, to my knowledge. Sora is really good at spacing on your shield and playing evasively and just being hard to hit overall. You can confirm Bowser into pretty much anything with Sora's aerials. I was watching a set of a Sora versus Bowser the other night, and the Bowser was just getting chained into everything. It looked like they couldn't play the game. And honestly, I can see that being kind of the norm in this matchup. Sora's combo game is crazy. His sharking is really good. His projectiles are good enough. Yeah, it just feels like he's really good against Bowser. He also has down B counter, which is really strong in the matchup. So yeah, I would say solid -1. Bowser's strengths are Sora is super light, so he dies very early. Sora struggles to land, which is good because Bowser is really good at punishing bad landings, and he's very fast, so he can easily get in on you. So it can be hard for Sora to land. It can be hard for Sora to survive, but it is not hard for Sora to kill Bowser. It is not hard for Sora to play his game against Bowser. His projectiles are really good. Thunder kind of messes up Bowser's ledge trapping and some other things Bowser wants to do. It's a really tricky matchup, honestly. I definitely give the edge to Sora, though, just because of how easily he can chain Bowser into his confirms and his offstage game against Bowser. He can survive Bowser's side easily. It being so hard to actually two-frame this character and hit him with your ledge trapping tools. Yeah, it's a really rough matchup. I used to say even. I've been saying even since he came out. But just with the more I play as Sora, the more I see Sora develop, I don't think it's a good matchup. I think it could probably be -0.5 in Sora's favor, you know, one of those in-between matchups. Just because of how good Bowser is at sharking him and killing him. I think that alone makes it a competitive matchup, but in the end, I would say Sora should have a slight edge. So getting into the Miis, I will be honest, I said in the beginning of this video, I've played many of the top reps of these characters, grinded out the matchup online and offline. I gotta say, nobody plays the Miis, so my opinion on the Miis is I'm just taking a shot in the dark here. I'm just gonna say what I assume would be the case. So, Mii Brawler, I think we just beat Mii Brawler. Mii Brawler is a pretty underrated character, maybe. I think Brawler might be maybe a high tier or maybe a high mid tier in the right hands, maybe. But against Bowser, it's kind of just hard. You don't really have range at all. Your only zoning tool is the shot put thing, so that could be kind of good against Bowser's recovery sometimes, but for the most part, you can't really keep Bowser out. So you're always kind of forced to go in on him, and Bowser's just so much better at playing that game. Bowser's just faster, outranges, etc., the things I said a million times. Brawler does have some good tools that keep it from being -2. He has Flip Kick, which is a good movement option. Bowser can still punish it and still read it and anticipate when you're going to do it, so it's not the answer to the Bowser matchup, but it does help. It can mix up your recovery. It can kind of lead to some unexpected situations because apparently it also has a spike on it too. And Brawler also has a command grab, which, as I said 7 billion times in this video, command grabs against Bowser are good against him. So that helps. But aside from that, I feel that Bowser just outranges his character. He's faster. His confirms are better. Yeah, I think Bowser probably just better character as Brawler. Maybe in the right hands, the matchup is closer to even. Brawler has a good down air that helps in the matchup too. But I don't know. Maybe I just don't have enough experience. I haven't played any Mii Brawlers at all. I mean, offline at least, I haven't gone into a bracket or played friendlies with a really competitive, crazy Mii Brawler. So maybe I haven't seen this matchup at the highest level of play. But just from what I've seen, what I've played against, I play a bit of Brawler myself. I think Bowser should be winning this matchup. Mii Swordfighter. I don't know. +1, I guess. Swordfighter is one of the worst characters in the game, right? So I don't see them really being too bad. From what I do know about this matchup, I know that Swordfighter has some crazy annoying zoning, so that's usually not fun for Bowser. Having to constantly jump around tornadoes and shurikens, whatever, it's pretty annoying. And as far as I know, Flame does not beat tornadoes, so you're pretty much always on your toes against that. Aside from that, though, his character doesn't really do anything threatening. They have some confirms. If a tornado hits you, they can hit you with up air. It's just, I don't know. I don't know, guys. I'm sorry. When it comes to the Miis, I kind of draw a blank. Mii Swordfighter is bad. There's definitely some dedicated Mii Sword mains out there that could probably kick my ass. But I think overall across the board, this is not really a matchup Bowser should struggle in too much. And yeah, I think it's fine. And even if he does, I mean, you never see him anyways, so. The final character on this matchup chart, Mii Gunner. Why did it have to be the Miis? Why did it have to end on the Miis? If it ended on Sora, it could have been so climactic and cool. You know, the last DLC, Sora for Kingdom Hearts, would have been a fun way to end. I probably should have just done the Miis earlier, but it's okay. We're here at the end of this matchup chart. Mii Gunner. So, whereas the other Miis, I think Bowser is okay. I think Gunner, unfortunately, actually probably is closer to an even matchup. The problem with this matchup is Gunner just has way too many projectile shenanigans going on for me to say Bowser beats them and feel good about it. I think that because of Grenade at Ledge and Charge Shot and whatever else, the missiles and all those things, it's kind of Samus-esque where she can kind of zone you out and ledge trap you really hard, and you're just always kind of trying to get in on her. So it's rough. It's not easy. You have to always approach, and she wants you to do that. So yeah, Gunner is tricky. I have not played any top Gunners offline in this matchup, or even online in this matchup. I'd love to play Capitancito someday. I think that his Gunner is amazing, and I'd love to get a taste of what the matchup actually is like at high level offline. But until then, I have no idea how this matchup goes outside of Bowser just gets zoned out very hard and ledge trapped very hard, and it's sort of unbearable. Aside from that, though, Bowser's better character, faster, can get in pretty easily, kills pretty easily. I think Bowser is good at two-framing all of their recoveries, but I don't entirely know because I only know what 2 of their recoveries look like. I forgot what the last one is. So yeah, I think fairly even, just because Bowser is a better character with better tools, but Gunner is just a really annoying zoner. So yeah, Bowser can kind of just lose to that. It's sort of Banjo-esque where, yeah, Bowser's better, and the character that Bowser's against is not good, but annoying zoner archetype, it just traditionally does good against Bowser. So yeah. Alright, that's going to do it for the Bowser matchup chart. I'll zoom out a bit here. So yeah, this is what it looks like in the end. These are my opinions. I know a lot of people are gonna disagree. I'm ready for it. I know people are gonna tell me, Leon, this character doesn't beat Bowser. Bowser doesn't lose to this character, whatever. That's fine. I'm ready to hear it. So yeah, I hope that you guys enjoyed this. Like I said in the beginning, I am not the authority on these matchups. I know that I'm probably wrong about some of these things, but I also know I'm probably right about some of these things. So yeah. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. Feel free to leave your criticism, your opinions in the comments, or maybe you'll agree with me in the comments. But either way, I appreciate you coming here. Thank you for watching the video. And yeah, let me know what you think. Let me know how right or wrong I am about your character. I'm really excited to read everything. And yeah. Also, if you're a high-level rep of any of the characters I mentioned I didn't play or don't have experience against, maybe we can grind sometime. So yeah, definitely had a lot of fun making this video though. I'm gonna definitely try to make more stuff like this in the future. So tier lists or informational stuff, things of that nature. But yeah, anyways, like and subscribe, I guess. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.